It's okay.
I'm afraid I have some online
To get started, so if you would please make your way to your tables and we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance, and we will have Mr. Cave here. He will sing the national anthem for us. So please make your way. We're about to get started. Hey, Robert, we want to start as soon as he gets in that room. So as soon as he lands, I want you to come out here and tell me to get started. Well, please take a seat. As soon as the chairman gets here, we will get started. Yeah, have him go now. Have him say something patriotic. Please rise for the showing of the colors. And now please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now, our national anthem, sung by Dave Cave.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
And now please join me in welcoming Secretary Gordon England.
Well, good morning and welcome. So I expect some of you were with us last evening. If so, welcome back today. It was a grand affair last night at the Medal of Honor Museum, and it will be a grand affair today, and I appreciate you all joining with us. This is the 250th anniversary of our independence, so it's a great year to celebrate, and we are fortunate to have General Kane, Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff, to be with us this morning to start our program. It is a pleasure and an honor to introduce General Kane, the Chairman. General Kane graduated from BMI, and he is an F-16 pilot. And General, I want to tell you, you are in F-16 land. I expect almost everyone in this audience either worked at General Dynamics Lockheed or has some relative, as you know, because this program, it's hard to believe, but a prototype program was in the 70s for the F-16, still building F-16s around the world for customers around the world. So welcome to F-16 countries. The chairman has 2,800 hours in the F-16. 150 of those combat hours in Iraq, 2 tours in Iraq. So he is very familiar with the F-16. I mentioned last night, we share a few things in common. When 9/11, then Major Kane, I believe at the time, he was flying air cover on 9/11 over Washington, and I was flying into Washington on a Navy airplane, coming back from a function we had the night before here in Fort Worth. And so General, thanks for the air cover, appreciate it. 25 years later, a thank you. And by the way, this year is also 25 years since 9/11, so 250 years, our country's independence, and 25 years since 9/11, so a memorable year for everyone in the country. General Kane, #1 military person in the country. If you're #1 military person in the United States, you are the #1 military person in the world. And he has huge responsibilities in that position. General Kane is the advisor, military advisor to the President of the United States, to the Secretary of Defense, to the National Security Council. So obviously he has a lot to say in terms of policies, everything that affects U.S. military actions around the world. He also deals with the Congress, no small feat in itself when you have hearings for House and Senate, and of course he deals with the press. So he has a hugely responsible position, a burden of responsibility that's hard to imagine for anyone else in any corporation. And he, fortunately, is surrounded by superb people. So the Joint Chiefs of Staff, of course, are all the service chiefs, also head of the National Guard Bureau in the United States. So he has a superb team, and they are all outstanding leaders. But it takes a really outstanding leaders to have a staff of outstanding leaders. So he fits the bill very, very well, and I am proud to introduce and would appreciate a good Texas welcome for our Chairman, General Dan Kane. F-16 posted.
It is. Hey, thanks everybody, and thanks, Mr. Secretary. It's awesome to be home here. It's awesome to be home in F-16 land. My dad was also an F-16 fighter pilot. He was one of the first group of 4 guys to get checked out in the jet in 1977, and so I grew up around this great airplane. It became a large part of my life, and it's still, and I'm incredibly lucky to still be flying F-16s occasionally by myself, importantly, for those purists in the audience. And I do have a current check ride. So, Mr. Secretary, thank you for that incredibly kind introduction. Thanks to UNT for putting this together. It is always great to be here, and it's always hard to be in this incredibly American group of people here and to try to call out all the people who are in the room, from Navy teammates who I learned from to Air Force weapons school instructors who made me a large portion and made me who I was, to business friends and teammates who I had the privilege and honor of serving with when I was in the private sector here up in Denton, Texas, at a little machining business called Mayday Manufacturing and High Tech Metal Finishing, where I was lucky enough to be the CEO up there. So I apologize in advance for not calling anybody out, but looking around this room, I'm deeply, deeply humbled by those leaders here in Texas that have shown up today, but more importantly, show up every day for our nation and do the things that only we can do. So thank you. I do want to make a special call out to Mr. Perot, to Ross and his team, and Dave Hamilton here at the Fort Worth Aviation Museum. You know, for years and years, from afar, I've been a benefactor of the investment that Ross, you and your teammates and your companies invest into Texas aerospace and defense here. Out on this, what was lonely side of the western flank, that's now become a significant component of America's aerospace and defense capacity right here on Alliance and just down the road at Carswell. Thank you for putting all this together and for doing all that. And thanks to the museum for having me. We are stronger because of Texas and aerospace. And when I look around this awesome group of people, it's inspiring to see this convergence of talent, experience, and patriotism all assembled in this awesome hangar, surrounded by 2 F-5s and a game bird over there painted like the American Thunderbirds. I think I know whose that is, Matt. The collective brain power and energy and experience gathered right here in this room represents, I believe, America's single greatest strategic advantage, and that's each and every one of you. It's one of the reasons why when I had the opportunity to become a part-timer in the military and come into the private sector and to run businesses here in Texas, I leaped at the chance up in Denton. Because when you think about Americans and not Americants, you think about Texas and you think about our great nation. So it's great to be here at home. But that mindset, that culture, that tenacity, that grit that we see here in Texas extends beyond the borders of this great republic and across this whole nation. As Americans, both in the military, in government, and in the private sector, we embrace adversity. We embrace challenge. It's the diabolical, cunning, entrepreneurial way that we attack problems that makes this country great. It's the ingenuity, the hard work, the tenacity that allows us to overcome the unsolvable problems. I mean, when you think back, we spanned an entire continent with steel rails. We've left footprints on the moon. We circled the moon yesterday, and I'll just
all the workers I do because we're in this country. And they were available to us. We really thought we would do this Fort Worth Aviation Museum, because of weather and the frankly, thanks for your good work. Actually, we were at lunch one day. I was with the Military History Center board and having lunch. And Gus said, you know, we should have another air power conference. So from that comment, to have another air power conference, we ended up with our function last night at the Medal of Honor Museum and this function today. So I think it's probably much larger and grander than Gus ever envisioned, but it was his comment that sort of started the ball rolling for. Okay, now where's Jim? We got to find him. He's probably busy.
Business and industry. And Robert has a few fun facts I'd like to share with you. Number one, he himself was a pilot, served in our military. So he brings to the business a background that not everyone has in business from the side of the warfighter. Secondly, he just finished running a marathon, and it was not here in Dallas, Texas. It was in Hawaii, where I think there might have actually been a mountain or two to climb. So talking about the general's grit and tenacity, I think Robert Fitzpatrick certainly epitomizes that. But finally, the commitment to family and freedom. His nephew is also serving at this point in time. So Mr. Fitzpatrick, would you like to come up and say a few words? And we also have a fantastic table of Raytheon veterans and colleagues from the company. If you all would like to wave your hand while he's coming up there at the front table.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Meredith. I really appreciate the time. Just maybe to emphasize General Kane's story about the short line between industry and the warfighters. Meredith kind of indicated my nephew, his name is Lieutenant Robert Salsa Fitzpatrick, is currently flying F-18s off the Abraham Lincoln in the Middle East. So it's really cool to be here. So thank you for the Fort Worth Aviation Museum, the University of North Texas, the Military History Center for hosting what an incredible event. I really enjoyed last night, and equally I'm enjoying today as we talk about the events that are going on. It is such a great honor to celebrate not only our America's 250 years of history, but the remarkable and legacy of our military aviation innovation that has protected and advanced our nation throughout all time. At RTX, we take great pride in the role in this effort that we've been able to connect and protect the world. Texas has always been a cornerstone of aviation excellence. And I am proud to say Texas is my home, and I am proud to say that RTX has been home to many thousand of our employees who work here. As a leading provider of defense innovation solutions to the U.S. government and over 58 allies and partners around the world, we remain steadfast in our commitment to deliver for all of those who defend all of us. From missile defense systems to cutting-edge radar technologies, to our work here in Texas, have long embodied the spirit of innovation that defines America. But today just isn't looking back about what we've done in history. And I would fair to say that all of us are recognizing this today. We are at a very unique moment in time to create history. A time when technology advances are happening faster than we've ever expected. As we celebrate the generations of innovators who brought us to this point, we have the unique responsibility and accountability to ensure their legacy endures. By continuing to invest in the next generation of talent, technology, we can build on the foundation that created this great nation, the future of aviation, and defense for the next 250 years. So thank you once again for bringing us together to honor this incredible history and to inspire the future of future generations. It is a privilege to be a part of this enduring story, and I look forward to the innovations we will achieve together in the next few years to come. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce the president of the University of North Texas. University of North Texas is probably the secret university list, not well known, but a secret treasury right here in Denton. President Keller overlooks a university of 44,000 students in Denton, Texas. I'm pleased to say that I'm an emeritus, professor emeritus at the University of North Texas, having been a part-time professor in the engineering department. And again, my pleasure. I was going to add some more, but that's enough. Okay, President Keller, good to have you on board, sir.
So thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. So I'm Harrison Keller. I have the privilege of serving as the president of the University of North Texas. If you don't know the University of North Texas, we do serve about 44,000 students with our main campus in Denton, Texas, and our branch campus in Frisco. We like to say we are the largest university in the most dynamic region and the fastest growing state in the greatest nation in the world. So in some sense, everything depends on the University of North Texas. And we take very seriously our public responsibilities as a public university. We have responsibilities to develop the talent of our students for successful careers and for lives of meaning and purpose, to discover new knowledge and make creative contributions of public value, to drive new opportunities for our region, for our state, for our nation, and to create enduring value for the public good. And that includes a responsibility to contribute to national security and our economic competitiveness. So when I arrived at UNT in 2024, early on, I had the opportunity to meet Secretary England and UNT faculty and leaders and military veterans, people like Steve Ferris, who's chair of our finance department, Terry Poland, who's the associate dean in our College of Business. And together with David Hamilton, we launched our National Security and Economic Strategy Initiative. And the purpose of this initiative is to address increasingly complex challenges at the intersections of national security, economic competitiveness, and global supply chain resilience through education, research, and convening experts to foster innovation and inform policy. So today's symposium could not be more timely. And I'm so grateful to General Kane and to our expert discussants. Thank you all for your partnership, and we look forward to our discussions today. Thank you very much.
Okay, now we get down to the symposium at hand today. So we're about to start end of all of our short commentaries. We're now going to start our program. So the symposium about to begin, and I invite the first panel, and the first panel is Future of Defense Aviation. So if the first panel would find a way, and also the head of that, the moderator of that panel, thank you, gentlemen. The moderator of that panel is Lieutenant Retired Bradford Schwedo, better known as BJ among his friends. So he is a United States Air Force Academy graduate, and he is now director of the Institute for Future Warfare. So, I mean, I don't think you could have anybody better to be running an Institute of Future Warfare to be talking about the future of defense aviation. And that institute is at the Air Force Academy. He is a specialty in cyber and intel. His last assignment was with the Joint Chiefs. So he follows our program starting today with the chairman. So BJ, I will turn it over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it.
Well, first of all, thanks so much for the honor to talk to you guys today. And quite frankly, I'm in awe of all of these other folks here. So you're going to be hearing more from them. For all the people that gave us questions, thank you very much. It seems you probably had access to the chairman's speech before he spoke, because we're probably going to address a lot of the things. But just quickly, just to go around the room and touch on some of the people that are here. Greg Ulmer, everybody here knows him, I'm sure, but President of Aeronautics for Lockheed Martin. His portfolio is fifth generation tactical aircraft, air mobility, uncrewed intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance platforms, including the F-35, F-22, F-16, C-130, and of course the Advanced Developmental Programs, which was affectionately known as the Skunk Works. Previously, he was the Vice President General Manager for all things F-35. So when you're watching what's going on in the world, he's the one that brought it to us. He also previously was the program manager for the Skunk Works, and he started his career as a test engineer working on the MD-11, C-17, C-130, and his educational background is Cal Poly and UT. And when I say UT, I mean the University of Tennessee. Sure, that goes over well. Moving over to John Storman Norman, known him for a long time, retired Major General. He's currently the Vice President of Requirements and Capabilities for Air and Space Defense Systems at Raytheon RTX Business. He has over 32 years in the Air Force. His last assignment in the Air Force was the Chief of Staff for United States Southern Command. He also was the Director for Global Power Programs for the Secretary of the Air Force for Acquisition, was the Exec to the Chief of Staff of the Air Force, Vice Commander of 12th Air Force, and he's commanded at the squadron group and twice at the wing level. He's an F-16 pilot with 2 Distinguished Service Crosses and 4 Air Medals. And he went to that academic bastion, the United States Air Force Academy, and also got masters from Army Command and Staff and National War College. Moving over to Julian Saden, he is the CEO of SOSI. Under his leadership, he evolved a company from kind of a boutique to now a government contractor that's leading national security technologies, mission services integrator, and he's delivering advanced capabilities in AI, cyber intelligence, logistics to the Department of Defense, the intelligence community, Department of Justice, Department of Homeland Security, Department of State. He is a 4-time WARSH 100 winner. He also was recognized by the Virginia Business Magazine as a Power 500 guy. He was a finalist for the Northern Virginia Technology Council for Cyber CEO of the Year, and he was Ernst & Young's Entrepreneur of the Year. His background is Columbia, not bad. And last we've got Major General Walter Rogan. His background is Vice President for Government Affairs with the National Security Team at Textron. He has over 30 years in the Army, and he's qualified in 5 different helicopters. His last assignment in the Army was Director of Army Aviation in the Army staff in the G357. Before that, he was the Director of Army Futures Command for Future Vertical Lift cross-functional team. He also was the United States Special Operations Command J5, and he's an alumni of the 160 Special Operations Aviation Regiment, which is gainfully employed right now. He's deployed to both Iraq and Afghanistan. Graduated from West Point. We'll look past that. And he also has a master's from Central Michigan, and he was an academic fellow for the Center for Strategic and International Studies think tank in Washington. So, as you can see, this is why I'm in awe of all the people that are right and left of me. So, back to the questions. Bottom line is, I appreciate all the questions you guys furnished. I may be asking one of them a question, but if any of you guys want to pile on the answer, just let me know and we'll go. First of all, Greg, I'll start with you. A lot of the things that the chairman has talked about is multi-domain ops. When he was explaining the successes in Venezuela and also in Epic Fury, he explained that multi-domain was kind of got us where we needed to be. You know, while looking at our past with air power and preparing for the future in this multi-domain, how should we kind of redefine air power in this today's multi-domain fight?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for having me here today. I very much appreciate it. And I have to say, you know, I have to say thank you to all of us, because I'm actually standing on the shoulders of all of us that enable us to do what we do as a country. So thank you for that. You know, multi-domain operations, when I grew up, this is my 40th year in my career, it was all about the platform, right? It was about the F-16, it was about the F-22, it was about the F-35, kind of as a system in and of itself. That's not the case today. We all know what that little smart device that we carry around in our hands, how integrated everything really is. So the value today is actually integration over platform. It is more important to have an open systems architecture. It's more important to have the requirements and the system definitions defined so that we can integrate broadly across multiple platforms. And that really is the value of what's going on today in the world. I'll use an F-35 cockpit kind of as an example. So today, the airplane has a bunch of sensors on it, and it integrates all that information. We call it data fusion, and it makes sense. It organizes the data, it prioritizes the threat, it understands what the RF spectrum is, it understands what the emitters are, and it kind of flies alone, and it has that sense. And it may say, with all that integration going on within and of itself, I'm about 70% sure what's going on in the world. Now I've put another F-35 connected to it, and now we're integrating across a domain, and that 70% turns into 99% sure what's going on out there. Now I integrate that broadly across multiple domains, air, land, sea, and space. Not only am I very confident of understanding what the environment is, but in nanoseconds, I'm organizing, I have battle space situational awareness, I'm informing all of the domains, what's going on, what I see. So everything that the gentleman here sees, I can see in my display within nanoseconds. That's very, very powerful. The second thing I'll really emphasize is layered effects. So today we have a bunch of capability, and we are learning, and we are very aggressively working to integrate across those domains to make the connection between that. And again, I'll use an F-35 example, but last year we had an exercise at Ramstein Flag where we used an F-35 to acquire targeting information. It then fed that down to a ground station. We declassified the data. We informed a different country's command and control system relative to that command and control information targeting. Here's the targeting information relative to the threat. They then incorporated that within their own effects, and they were able to neutralize that effect. That all occurred in, again, seconds, compared to a lot of translation across multiple domains where humans in the loop are taking information, they're declassifying it, they're understanding it, they're loading it into a different system. It just takes a lot longer. So think 15, 20 minutes into seconds, and that really gives us a very strong advantage. Multi-domain operations is very impactful. The third thing I'll talk about is think of multi-domain operations relative to how we execute our work, how we integrate our businesses together within Lockheed Martin, within our supply base, across multiple domains. We heard the chairman. We need to revolutionize how we acquire, how we show up, how we create provision for our warfighter. We can also do that in a multi-domain world.
Yeah, I think what you talked to there, it's a connected battle space. So it's having the awareness across all the domains at once. It was pretty much an iterative process as you look back on historical examples of air dominance. And to your point, now it's everything at once. And these companies are being relied upon and our teams to present that information in a manner that's digestible. to the pilot in the cockpit or to the sailor at the bridge. And it's the power of America that impresses me, that we have brilliance in our engineers working across industry. They're bringing this together, understanding the problem, understanding the application, and then delivering that. I think the fundamental change that we're seeing is that for the longest time, that collection and the correlation and fusion of data was done back at the C2 nodes. And now with the connected battle space, it's being done at the point of the spear. And that's where we have to be to keep up with the pace of warfare.
You good? So I will tell you, teaching at the Air Force Academy, seeing these multi-domain capabilities, and there's a lot of talk about cyber being non-kinetic. Quite frankly, there are going to be scenarios where I don't want to send any of these folks into those scenarios. When we start talking about fusing information, we need to be sure that somebody doesn't go in and not fuse that information. And then lastly, cyber has kinetic effects. You can take a lot of things out. And quite frankly, the younger cadets, it's hilarious when they come up with schemes. When you shake their hands, count your fingers, because they've got amazing capabilities when it comes to a lot of this. When you see layered effects, there's a lot of things going on that people don't know, but
We've put some pretty significant money down, and it hasn't really played, right? Because of technology, because of competition, that's fair. But for the limited dollars we have, the better and tighter we can be relative to that IRAD investment. Okay, let us focus on hypersonics, for examples. And we've had fits and starts where we double down, we make significant investment, we get to capability, and then it doesn't play through relative to the business on the other side. And we also have new entrants coming in, right? And we have venture capitalists now, we have private equity in the business, we have the traditional OEMs and the primes, and we got to look at that business model relative to how we allow, I would say, the FAR and the regulation set that enables, I would say, all of us to bring all that innovation to come and play, much to the benefit of the warfighter. So there's several different threads, I think, to consider in this. It's not easy. But I do think if we roll up our sleeves together, I'm very encouraged with the current administration. It is very business focused. It is very trying to work to how do we get to a capability as fast as we can, much to the benefit of business and the warfighter. So I really feel that resonance right now within the Department of War, and I'm actually bullish on where I think we're going to be able to go. We have really got to figure out how to go faster as an industrial base to support our warfighter in these moments.
so Wally, you brought up Afghanistan, and where we're seeing like this rise of cheap, mass-produced, first-person view drones coming, and there's debates going back and forth about attack helicopters or aviation overall. What do you think of these fights where they talk about helicopters being legacy systems, et cetera?
Yeah, kind of to be snarky, I guess, is just because the Russians can't fly helicopters doesn't mean that we can't. And it's this notion that you heard from the chairman, both speeches, is the joint force, the joint force. So if you take any capability in isolation, it's going to have survivability issues, right? And that's any crewed aircraft, whether it be vertical lift or fixed wing. or even a satellite, that's up there. I mean, all things can be targeted and are targetable. But what some of my colleagues up here have been talking about is this notion of generating overmatch. And I think that would be what I would challenge all in industry is you have to adopt this open system approach because we have to have our formations upgrading at the pace of technology. And we have to keep this speed, and I go into my first comment on maneuver warfare. We have to maintain that as a nation. We have to be able to go and fight as a team and stay out of the trench. And the helicopter is very useful. Again, I call it Rugen dumb luck a bit with what happened in Caracas in Iran. But the helicopters were very useful there. But everything else was too. Cyber, fixed wing, soldiers, sailors, airmen. It was all useful, and it was all part of a very fused and synchronized team to get after fighting and winning. So no, I don't think the death of the helicopter is at hand. I think they're very useful. And as we've always done in the helicopter business, we've had standoff. And that's the last point I'd make is whatever's hunting us, we need to be, a few feet away from it so we can hunt it effectively, dominate it, kill it, or just not be able to be targeted by it. And I think what we're seeing with the drones and this kind of mothership concept is our missiles, the drones we can launch off of helicopters just have to fly a little bit farther and bring effects onto the things that are targeting us and be able to knock that environment down so we can go a little closer and be a little bit more effective for the joint force. So no, I think our vertical lift is alive and well, and we saw it play out here in the last quarter.
So the one thing that you pointed out that I don't think people appreciate enough is just even talking about just aviation in the air realm. That's not where the chairman is. The chairman is we do air, land, sea, space, cyber, hitting them all at the same time. I think some of those people that argue the legacy pieces pick scenarios where it's only helicopters at 100 feet, going over. That's not a good afternoon. But when everything starts exploding at the same time, the lights go off, all of these things start happening, and now they're wrestling with a zillion dilemmas trying to defend their countryside. And, quite honestly, if you look at the S-300s, which is advanced surface-to-air missile, they had SA-17s also. Venezuela invested about $2 billion in air defense capabilities. And if you watch the president during the State of the Union, he said, how'd that work out for him? And quite frankly, a lot of people are watching how we do business, and it's giving people in China pause because they were sold that those systems were impregnable. And the reason why they're not is exactly where Wally was going is it's not just one realm, it is the synergy of all those realms. So picking on you, Stormin, again, part of that synergy is, we're looking at this major shift to distributed unmanned teaming concepts. And how do your sensors, weapons, and networking technologies allow us to do crewed aircraft and the collaborative combat aircraft, et cetera?
Yeah, it's a whole new world, isn't it? As a fighter pilot, Cobra, you can attest to this as well. Starting out, a lot of the UAS, it provides great intel. It gives persistence over a battlefield. You can have additional magazine depth. I think we scratched the surface of it. What the Department of War and Industry is doing now is designing systems that integrate so we have a fused picture so that they're an extension of the crewed platform, or they're providing the depth or persistence that our warfighters need in the future. And so our challenge is, how do we integrate the weapons so that we provide that magazine depth to the force package? How do we provide a level of assurance that they'll get the same probability guide, probability of kill out of that weapon in the future, so that our warfighters can depend upon it, so that it's exactly seamless. In an ideal world, future world, as we have the paired manned and unmanned aircraft, it's completely seamless to the warfighter. They're hitting a weapon release or weapon consent the pickle button. The system is taking the identification of the threat. It's pairing the right weapon with the right target to get the highest probability of kill and manage that munitions magazine depth throughout the war fight. To jump on what Wally said, it's pretty easy to hear the platitudes, we're joint war fighting. We're stronger together, I think is the easiest way to look at that. Whether it's industry working together, certainly it's all of our systems and platforms working together. If you try and take something in isolation and go, well, this has no chance of survival, it's a falsehood, because that's not how we employ these weapon systems. So, pair your F-35 with the incredible sensor array and data fusion capability it has with other weapon systems, add in cyber, add in the advent of space to support a long-range kill chain and to do both offensive and defensive space. And now you have an effect at the point of attack that you can never achieve with a single entity, whether it's a platform or a sensor. And I think that's the call of action to all of industry, as well as to the military as we team together. How do we solve those incredibly difficult challenges? And I think we're at the precipice right now with the teamed manned and unmanned platforms, and it's an exciting future. And so we have got to work together on this as one team with the warfighters, and I think we can be wildly successful.
I go back to layered effects in this conversation. So think of CCA, think of autonomy as an extension, back to layered effects. And it literally is an equation where 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2, it equals 4 or 5. So what does that mean? So you have a CCA in front of whatever the package is that we're taking forward. And we have a lethality without it, and then we have a double-digit margin lethality with it. That's informing the package relative to F-35, F-22, ground fire, whatever it may be. And we've already proven today the carrier air wing with 5th gen inserted in the carrier air wing, the lethality, I can't give you the exact number, but it's significantly improved. And that means all systems within the carrier air wing are significantly improved. And then think weapon effectivity. So we only have a magazine that's so deep. We have a smart weapon in front. We launch that weapon to go do a mission, and another weapon's already taken care of that. We very rapidly reprogram that to go somewhere else, or perhaps that's automated to do that. So now our weapon effectivity is a lot improved. So instead of 6 weapons to take something out, like a littoral combat ship, it may be 3, and the other 3 are off to the next task. That is a force multiplier. That is an advantage I think we have with autonomy, with CCA leading the way.
So Julian, I'm going to pick on you, but I think it's applicable to everybody, but I'm interested in what you have to say. You can see a sense of a bit of a frustration with the acquisition process, and quite frankly, we need lots of stuff. We've got to rearm, we've got to do these other things. Under the current acquisition reforms, how is the expanded use of OTAs, other transactional authorities, and then also the ongoing federal acquisition regs, is it helping? Is it fixing your problems, or what in your and all of yours? What is your opinion we can do even better?
Well, the acquisition community basically set up this whole parallel universe of buying to deal with problems that they could have probably dealt with just working through the established regulatory environment. In a sense, kind of short-circuiting its own system of buying, which, my opinion is it was kind of unnecessary. But we are making progress. They're a step in the right direction for sure, but definitely not sufficient on their own. OTAs are accelerating prototyping, but I think the problem that we're facing is when it comes to scaling good ideas. FAR reforms are pushing toward commercial solutions and performance-based outcomes, which is good. I mean, I think private industry, we've been screaming for that for years. I mean, on the services side of the industry, it's like the government can't think generally in the past has had a hard time thinking past sort of time and material and fixed price labor hour type contracts, as opposed to defining outcomes and really leveraging the power of the private sector to come up with creative solutions to help the government get to where it's going. But structural challenges definitely still remain. It's scaling prototypes into programs of record, bridging innovation and deployment, aligning incentives towards speed and outcomes, and not reinforcing this sort of compliance-driven approach to problem solving, which has been a real hindrance. I mean, I've always said that, we see DoD complaining about the lack of innovation in the private sector and the traditional sort of defense sector. We tend to look like our largest buyer over time. So, I think, if they're looking for that kind of innovation, they really have to reform the acquisition environment in a way that makes it conducive to do so. FAR 2.0 is completely revolutionizing how the government buys. I think it'll take time for the acquisition community to sort of catch up to reality. But what we still need, I think, is greater use of commercial first acquisition models. I mean, a lot of that everything's been put in motion to increase the speed of that evolution. I think, it'll probably take a couple of years for the acquisition core to follow suit, but that's still needed. Faster pathways for prototype to production, and a cultural shift toward accepting managed risk in exchange for speed. The government just doesn't like to fail, and it certainly doesn't account for failure in its budget cycles, and I think that needs to change. The ultimate goal should be delivering mission capability at commercial speed with government-grade reliability.
So just real quick, I mean, for the people that are not as savvy with the defense or the Department of Defense's acquisition process, there is regs DoD 5000, and when you read it, it is a very industrial based, and you'll fall asleep fairly quickly. The reason why I really want to hit these guys up, I think there's a sense in Congress and on our side that we've got a problem. And if you look at what's going on in the Ukraine, it is amazing how fast. It's like a spy versus spy situation where as soon as the Russians introduce something new, the Ukrainians will have a countermeasure, and it goes back and forth all the time. The reason why I encourage everybody to answer this question is staffers have often asked me, okay, if you have nirvana, how would you fix it? And, they're writing this stuff down. So if you don't have the perfect answer today, please keep it in your back pocket, because you're probably going to be accosted by somebody who's going to go, how can we fix this situation? So
I like what the Department of War has done with the change of PEOs into PAEs, Program Acquisition Executives. It gives them the flexibility to realign, to keep up with the pace of the change of the threat. I think that's incredibly helpful. I think you're seeing across the larger defense primes, we have this perspective that's pervasive. We're just slow, we're not agile, we can't move fast, and nothing could be further from the truth. I would contend we have some of the best engineers. We are tied incredibly closely with the warfighter, and we can be incredibly agile and have the facilities so that we can do this type of redesign and delivery of capability faster than I would say anybody in the world. We did a ground launch variant of Stormbreaker, SDB-2, small diameter bomb 2, in 50 days from concept to launch on a private range. We're going to do a air launch variant of that our objective is to get out 10 times as far as it flies today. We're going to do a test of air-to-air missiles, which are going to greatly enhance the range that we're doing on IRAD. So with the requirements set, with the support of the PAEs to enable our defense primes and for the VCs and startups to act and to experiment and go faster than what the traditional acquisition process has supported, I think we're going to see innovation just on an exponential ramp.
Yeah, just a little different maybe slant. I think, in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, our government really came to industry and said, I have a problem, and they described what the problem is. I want to overfly the Soviet Union, and I want to take pictures. I want to understand what's going on. Industry, go figure that out. Come back in 30 days as industry, and I'll walk the table and hear all the different ideas. And out of that came a U-2, a B-57, right? Multiple things. But today, our FAR and our desire to be 100% right every single time, we're really handcuffed relative to, we're almost being prescribed what the solution is. We've got to get back to, here's the problem statement, industry. And I'm going to give you a quick window. Come back with what you think those potential solution sets are. All right, here's what we're going to do. But we've really become just very bureaucratic in this cycle. We've also gotten to this, this 100%, you got to meet the requirement. We've got to get industry and our government closer together. We've got to help level the playing field relative to subject matter expertise broadly within industry and within the government so that we have a very informed conversation across the table and we can make trades very rapidly. We are really struggling, I think, sometimes when you're at the table. It can be on the industry side that doesn't have the skill set. It might be on the government side. We've got to really raise that bar across the table. And then the last thing I'll talk about is risk aversion. We really have become risk adverse. I'll use the F-117 as the program of example. How many of those aircraft did we build? We built about 54. The first 3 all crashed. The 2 Have Blue airplanes crashed and the first production airplane crashed. When you take a dynamically unstable platform that looks like the F-117, you're going to be in corners of the envelope where we've never been before. Guess what happens when you have the failure? We learn. We learn, and we're celebrating that now. It's kind of interesting. In the private equity and the venture, we're celebrating relative to failure because we're learning and we're going fast. We've got to bring that risk aversion a little back in. Technology allows us to do things smarter, better, faster, safer, but we've got to, that risk equation is not quite balanced, I think, in the moment.
I couldn't agree more. And I think, again, emphasize this notion of how the department has pivoted to the PAE structure. I think, especially in the Army experience, what I'm seeing is more operators taking over those PAEs, which understand, not to pick on the acquisition, but they do get slammed quite a bit when there is a failure. If you have more operational focus in there, I think they're going to be better at managing that risk, because these are human endeavors, and human endeavors are not without risk. I think this notion of prototyping, when I was still in and we were prototyping within FVL, the Army really hadn't had a successful helicopter or rotorcraft development since really the 70s. And so, we thought long and hard about how do we do this? And it's this notion of prototyping and OTAs, other transactional authorities, to burn down the risk. And, V-280 certainly built up here in Amarillo, won that Army competition to replace the Black Hawk. And when you look at that whole process, the prototyping gave a lot of Army leaders the confidence to pull the trigger on that. And so they do need that fly before we buy kind of sense of comfort before they move out on a multi-billion-dollar program. And I think we're seeing that across high-speed VTOL too, with the Air Force and DARPA and X-76. This notion, if you're going to have a high-end capability, let's try to prototype it. And then, what I would encourage the young, service members in this audience is, hey, let's get the alpha model out. Let's not try to get, the perfect platform. We need to be comfortable with the alpha model, and then do what we always do in the industrial and armed forces, is then spirally develop that into, a more perfect platform. But we do need to learn, and these alpha models and these prototyping events get after informing it.
Yeah, when you look at Silicon Valley, they have that concept of failing fast, and that is how they progress very quickly. And as soon as we start shooting people for failing fast, I think we're going to shut down very quickly. Continue to pick on you, Wally. For everybody's background, the Chinese strategy understands that if we go there, it's an away game, and time, space, and distance is a big deal. And being able to move within the theater vertical lift capability is going to have to fly faster and probably carry more. What are some of the issues with cost and others for that next gen capability?
Yeah, that's certainly a criticism we receive, and I receive quite routinely probably the last 10 years of my career. But when you look at the battlefield geometry of the South China Sea, and the scenario 6, which is our plan for Taiwan within the Pentagon, those distances pretty tyrannical, and so what does a vertical lift platform, a helicopter, give you? Well, it gives you, certain things that are, you're going to be able to detach and disaggregate away from airports and ship ports that are highly targetable by, Chinese threats. And then when you talk about those distances, you're going to need the speed and the range to close those distances quickly to be able to strike either things that are threats or things that are high payoff targets. And again, you're seeing that play out in Caracas and in Iran, where when we see a target of opportunity, we want to be able to take it out quickly. And so again, I think, vertical lift is key to some of these target sets and certainly provides you've heard us talk about multiple dilemmas to the enemy and having it at a speed and pace that breaks their capability. I think that's where, the cost is justified. The cost is going to bring a mix of capabilities that, again, you win. And what's more expensive than winning? It's losing. And so if you don't have the capabilities for our soldiers in the future, do you leave something on the table that could have provided them the overmatch they needed to fight and win in that pretty, distance-filled and fast-paced theater? So that would be my apology for why, the Army is investing so much in the MV-75 and why we put so much time and effort into it to get it into the hands of soldiers faster, is because we see that Chinese threat and we see the distances that we need to overcome to put the Army in action.
When you look at the Chinese strategy, it's called A2AD, anti-access area denial, and they're doing everything they can to push us further and further from the back. When you look at great power competition, Greg, looking ahead to those future conflicts, those near peer adversaries, how do you define success for the U.S. and where is the industry play in that?
Yeah, I think I pulled on this a little bit earlier. It's really the IRAD work that we're doing, the how are we looking into the future, how are we thinking of what the requirement is, not just in a 2030, 2035, but think 2040 kind of time horizon. What can we collaborate with our customer, with industry partners relative to what that capability needs to be, not just today, but really looking forward into the future relative to that. I'll talk airlift. Our airlift, really, if you think about it, C-130 tactical airlift, originally designed in the 1950s. Yes, we've kept it relevant. We also have strategic airlift, C-5, C-17. C-17, 1990s kind of technology, right? What is that future airlift going to be? Are we going to have autonomous airlift? Do we need stealth requirements in airlift? What are we going to do tactical? I think inter-theater. What are we going to do strategical, intercontinental? How does vertical lift play in all of that? What's the sizing? How are we going to tank? Can we match those? Can we try to leverage technology relative to airlift and tanking? Those are the kinds of things we really, as an industry, I'm just picking on airlift as an example, we've got to really start thinking, I think, broadly in front of the future. Economics is really driving us in the moment. We're kind of tactically reacting to the real world right now, and we're developing. We've got to pick up our head and look farther down the road relative to how are we going to focus, where are we going to focus, what technology sets do we need, how do we do technology innovation, technology road mapping into the future. Those are the kinds of things. Then you've got to marry that with the supply base. How do we have the supply that then supports that technology insertion that enables the machine to go produce what we believe we need to produce? And I just think I think economics is really driving us, and we're not at the pace or the velocity. If you look at our GDP percent spent relative to our investment, what are we lower than World War II even today? To your point about China, it is just screaming ahead across multiple domains. And so I think we've really got to look at the economics of the situation as well.
So Stormin, talking about the challenge of ramping up munitions and then also deploying new classes of weapons, at the same time getting the magazine depth even higher, and how to change this cost curve that we're seeing every day. What are you guys looking at in that fight?
I think it's probably consistent across industry. There's a lot of investment, certainly, in capital, all the CapEx. I think we've done 2.6 billion last year, and we're looking at another 3.1 billion this year across RTX. So that builds the factory, or it builds the building, but that doesn't solve the problem. The problem is solved by, quite frankly, the employees. It's your engineers, it's your ops supply chain professionals. It's working with all the suppliers on how do we do this differently. So Greg mentioned before, the supply base is critical. So where can we do co-production? Perhaps starting out with other qualified suppliers so that we can hit some of the constraints on some of the parts. For our teams working the factory floors, how do we do this better? If you have a process and you think that's the best there ever is, you're probably already losing. So it's amazing how bright the young employees are. And as they're in the factory and they're doing process day after day after day, they have a lot of great ideas of how we can do this better. The composable systems and our introduction and maturation of digital engineering allows us to run tests that previously I did operational tests that we would spend years running through developmental and operational tests. We can do it in modeling and simulations now. And so that allows us to rapidly insert new technology and improve upon the capability. And then ultimately it's our industry addressing that call for action. So what are the results of that? Take one like AMRAAM. So, when as the vice said, PACAF, our biggest challenge was the Chinese had more aircraft than we had in theater air-to-air missiles, and that's a problem. We have to be able to address that. We have to be able to field these weapons, introduce a new technology, and get them out faster than ever. We've doubled production last year. We're going to go in excess of 1,900 very soon. That is a great start. We have to do that across all the weapons. We have to do it across the sensors and the platforms because we need to be able to have the capacity throughput for a wartime footing environment. That balance that all of industry and our supply chain have to strike is how do we build that excess production capacity so that when our nation calls upon us, we're ready to respond rapidly with a sustainable level in the factories. And so that's our challenge, and that's where I think that we team with the government for some of the investment, and then we show them here's where we're investing. And I think we're progressing very well with that, but it's certainly a challenge, but it's one that I think all of our industries are up for addressing.
So Julian, you're in the AI, cyber intelligence business, et cetera. We've been talking all day or all morning about this multi-domain fight. When we start looking towards that future fight, what opportunities do you see where we can start hitting the ground very quickly and making those big impacts in a future fight with those different capabilities?
Well, I mean, I think hardware when it's being manufactured needs to be manufactured with software as a discussion item up front. They have to be the systems have to be data centric. I think cybersecurity on these hardware platforms needs to be addressed early on in the process. The fact is there just aren't enough cyber warriors in the Department of War currently to address the level of challenges, the number of challenges that DOW is going to face going forward. So, the opportunity for companies like ours, we kind of occupy space in that middle market where I think a lot of that talent tends to live, not really on the small business side. From what I've seen, not enough in the super large business side. It's really in trying to attract sort of that that talent that lives predominantly in the commercial sector into the defense sector, and making sure that they're properly cleared and rapidly get to understand, develop that sort of mission intimacy that you need, I think, to be effective in the space. But it's really in addressing cybersecurity at the edge. It's data integration, it's software development. I mean, those are the general domains where I think there are a lot of opportunities and risks.
So Wally, you were talking about Afghanistan, Ukraine, and a lot of things where, okay, they don't know how to fly helicopters, but you also said, okay, it's not crewless, but it's a hybrid. And how do you see the manned, unmanned teaming in your realm?
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of brought it out a couple times. Simply put, you might need a forward line of robots. But right after those robots take, the lethality of the enemy and absorb it, then we can maneuver and find the gaps and again, fight in this maneuver warfare sense versus a positional warfare sense. And so it certainly needs to be a hybrid. And drones are doing fantastic work, very lethal work in Europe, right? But how do we take it to the next level? And I think that would be the challenge I would have for industry. Some of the concepts in the Army that we worked on, again, a mothership approach. So the drones aren't just being flown at the forward line, maybe 2 to 5 kilometers with some of these small ones. But imagine if you could take them and flood a zone 200 miles away from where the enemy expects it, and then have this cost-imposing mix of drones overwhelm a very high payoff target, and then flow, your force through that gap and penetrate and seize the next line of terrain or a key logistics node, and then have the enemy ultimately culminate. You don't want this grinding attritional warfare that we saw over 100 years ago continue on. You want to be able to win much quicker, and I think that's where our headspace needs to be with our drones, is not in what they're doing in with Russia and Ukraine, but how do we take it to the next level and take that capability and make it how we fight, how the Americans, the American way of war would be my kind of challenge to industry.
Yeah, I like what you said, Wally. The other thing that we had talked about on the sustainment, I think that's key. That has got to be at the front of mind as we're designing everything, whether it's a sensor platform or weapon. The easier it is, the less complex it is for our war fighters to keep the operational availability at a high level, the better they are. As we go forward in future war fights, we've got to design in efficiency. I look at the F-35 with your propulsion in that. Flying F-16s before, I love the combat radius that I get with an F-35. It means less tankers, means easier support over the lifespan of that aircraft. It's more operational flexibility as a commander that you give the warfighter. We've got to have that. I think ultimately, and something that we often forget, is that we make the best kit there is. And let's not be shy about that. Buy American, and the pride that our employees have in the work that they do. We talk about failing fast. Got it. That's part of the development. But when we deliver a capability, it's the best there absolutely is. And that's because of the pride of every one of your employees and of the U.S. industry. Don't sell that short ever. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to how we do our work from an autonomy point perspective. So I'm going to use an example called dynamic scheduling. So today we're producing an F-35. We have a very rigid manufacturing plan. Here's the work instruction. Here's the work sequence. On any given day, I have shortages on that line. I have mechanics that maybe call in absent, right? And I've got to reschedule the work sequence relative to that work that we're doing. We're now using automation. We're now using AI to say, given the shortages I have, giving the work, actually by the individuals that showed up, their skill set, where they're located within the workflow, we're going to reschedule dynamically the work plan for the day in seconds. Think about that efficiency. We have to do these kinds of things. We have the best kit. We got to figure out how to manufacture the best kit better than we have been. And I think autonomy is a very big tool that you're going to see revolutionize how we produce products like we see before us. One more thing before I go, because we're almost at the end. Is it not to have a great symposium in a hangar with the smell of JP8? This is a great environment.
Absolutely. So as Greg said, we'll probably need to wrap this up. So this is just going to be kind of a finish-up question for the herd. We're talking about future of aviation, but actually we already broken it bigger than that because we don't just solely look at one realm. When we look at the events in Afghanistan, Afghanistan, Ukraine, more recently Venezuela, and now in Iran, and then layer that on top of the challenges associated with time, space, and distance in a Taiwan scenario or a South China Sea scenario. What are some of the greatest challenges you're going to have to overcome to be able to do those agile combat environment scenarios where they're trying to take out our airfields and known locations where we're operating, et cetera? And Wally, I think I'll start with you.
Yeah, certainly, deterrence is always best, right? And so we got to be strong and just full stop deter China from ever doing it because they know they're going to get their jaw smashed. And that's all a challenge to all of us here to, again, think about the future readiness and the future capabilities our joint force needs to fight and win and deliver that. And it does take an investment and a sacrifice. So deterrence is there. But if deterrence fails, how do we, effectively look for gaps in their capabilities and exploit those gaps? And it gets after, and I'm repeating myself, but we have to present them multiple dilemmas across all domains and at a geometry and a pace that cracks their capability. And just meeting a lot of the people last night and certainly here today, we're all a part of delivering that, as the chairman said, delivering that capability. But we have to be able to do it cheaper, as you've heard. We have to be able to scale it, as you've heard. And I think it's got to be data centric and digitized, and we got to get away from this analog stuff.
I think it comes down to the joint solution. So air dominance will never be an entity upon itself. It's an integrated capability, nod to our history departments. The nature of warfare is not changing, it's just evolving. The lessons of the past are lessons for the future. So we have to know how to integrate our offensive and defensive counter-air with our integrated air missile defense systems, with our cyber, as well as with our space capabilities. And ultimately, we have to solve the logistics problem and ensure that our magazine depth is adequate and our resupply is protected so that we can sustain a warfight. It's that marriage of the offensive and the defensive capabilities. You can have a perfect defense and you'll never compel a change in an adversary. You just have to be perfect all the time. You have to maintain a very credible and realistic offensive capability. That's what deters an adversary while maintaining that defensive capability. I think our U.S. industry is up for the challenge, and it's going to be an exciting time for all of us.
For me, I think about deterrence on day 10, day 20, day 30. I think we have a deterrence in day 1, but I think they're looking at us going, how long can they really sustain this fight? And they're watching us in the moment right now, and they're counting rounds. They are counting how many rounds we've expended, and they know our magazine depth. I think a resilience of comms. After day 1, what is our ability to communicate across broadly the multi-domain, and are those pipes flowing information? And then I think about contested logistics. How do we get the logistics spread on day 10, day 20, day 30, such that we continue to support the warfighter and give them the kit they need to go to the fight?
Yeah, I mean, we talk about data centricity. We talk about air power being part of a sort of larger ecosystem. Deterrence, obviously, really defining success. The one thing that we didn't spend a lot of time talking about that I think is worth mentioning is coalition interoperability. I mean, right now, that is the big challenge out of the Pacific. If you listen to Admiral Paparo, he talks about it all the time. It's like one of the top 2 or 3 priorities of Indo-PACOM. And so, making sure that, not only that our weapon systems are compatible, but but that communication is effective and secure and data-centric is also a critical factor to success. And I think, I'd argue, our coalition relationships are really the strongest deterrent. So if you think about deterrence as the mark of real success, that to me is the cornerstone.
So I will tell you, I feel like a spoiled brat because I get to play with cadets every day. And if you guys have not talked to the cadets here, please talk to them. You'll be impressed. And this kind of goes where the chairman was saying American. We have 2 Air Operations Centers at the Air Force Academy, and they talk multi-domain. And when they run into a hard piece, that American comes out, and they go, oh, I'll take it out with this. And if you ever come to the Air Force Academy, they've got Cyber City where they turn off lights, water, all these different capabilities. The space guys talk about orbital warfare. I mean, it is in their DNA, and I'm humbled every day because they're a lot smarter than I ever was, and it is amazing, these folks that we have. So I have the faith that you guys are talking about. These guys are going to carry on that fight for you, and more importantly, they're not going to do it in one realm, which we were kind of raised in that piece. But lastly, we really appreciate the opportunity to be up here. You're going to hear a lot more of these different solution sets, and please take them with you, because I wasn't exaggerating. There's going to be very important people that want to know how we can make it better, and that goes back to the American. So thanks so much for the opportunity. It was truly an honor for me, and just to be on the stage with these guys. Thanks again.
Thank you.
So thanks to the panel. BJ, thank you for your being the moderator, and thank you. Just one comment after listening to the panel, having been in industry many years and 8 years in the Department of Defense, the most important thing, my view, of this discussion was the one on acquisition. Technology moves quickly. If you can't get it to the field quickly, it's of no value. And the acquisition system takes way too long. We do not have mechanisms to develop, change, get to the battlefield the same day like you do in Ukraine. I think the comment that Greg Ulmer made about overspecifying, et cetera, valid point. But at the end of the day, if we're going to move forward in this quickly changing technical environment, we have to radically change the acquisition system. When I was Deputy Secretary of Defense, I had them check back. At that time, there had been 120 some studies on improving acquisition. And 2 of those I had actually chaired myself when in industry. We can't just talk about how we change. We need to totally revamp how we do acquisition. And I hope there's a lot of work on this in Washington today and in the Congress. So thanks to the panel, terrific. I want to now introduce, again, Jim Hodson. He has a special guest to introduce.
Okay, it's my pleasure now to introduce our friend and our mayor, Matty Parker.
Good afternoon. How's everyone? I stand before you and your lunch, so my remarks will be brief. But when I was invited to come today, I thought it was really important that I give you my perspective as the mayor of this amazing city, the city of Fort Worth. For those of you who are not from Fort Worth, we've gone through quite a renaissance in the last 20 years. The city of Fort Worth is now over 1 million people, and we are the 10th or the largest city in the country, depending on the day, oftentimes right now, competing in population for our state capital, the city of Austin. The work that you're discussing today is incredibly important. Of course, to our own national security. The world is a very uncertain place today.
But for us in Fort Worth, this is the lifeblood of our city. We are incredibly proud to be home to over 45,000 veterans here in Tarrant County alone. By the way, one of the largest per capita in the entire country. I know there are many active duty and military officials, veterans here today, and for that we are incredibly thankful for your service. But I hope my short remarks will impart on you the city of Fort Worth really does walk the walk, is incredibly proud of our long heritage. There is incredible expertise in this room, the work that each of you represents, and it's critical not just for our national security, but truly for the future innovation of our entire country. And how fitting that we gather today in this beautiful hangar, of course named for the incredible Ross Perot Sr. By the way, his son, Ross Perot Jr., who made today possible and be in this facility, is here somewhere hiding from us. Please give him a round of applause for making this amazing place possible. Just yesterday, I watched with my boys the amazing story and watching the landing of Artemis II in San Diego. A powerful reminder of what we are living in this era defined by exploration, of course, advancement, and bold leadership happening right now. From air power to space power, we are truly at the precipice of incredible innovation in the defense industry. And that spirit of innovation truly does define Fort Worth. Sometimes the mayor's office gets phone calls of complaint. I could joke with Greg Ulmer about this as well. When an F-35 maybe flies over a neighborhood, just testing things out. If you're new to Fort Worth, you might call the mayor's office to complain, and my staff has the full permission to just tell people on the other end of the line, ladies and gentlemen, that's just the sound of freedom. Welcome to the city of Fort Worth. We can't think of a better place to host this first of its kind Military Air Power Symposium right here in Fort Worth, Texas. We do have a storied history of military air power, from the early years of World War I to becoming a major production hub during World War II with the B-24. And now, of course, leading the way with the F-35. And of course, we are home to Carswell Air Base, now known as Naval Air Station Reserve Base Fort Worth, which continues to play a vital role in our nation's defense. Today, Fort Worth stands at the center of aerospace and defense innovation, with companies like Lockheed Martin and Bell calling our city home. We have built a thriving ecosystem of more than 600 companies, so many of you represented today, and over 23,500 high-wage jobs, all driving advanced manufacturing, research, and production on a global scale. And that work does go well beyond aircraft. Right here where we sit at Alliance, Texas, is an incredibly powerful example of private-public partnerships and human ingenuity. The numbers are staggering. This 27,000-acre campus has created $142.9 billion of economic impact since its inception in the 1990s. Just over the year of 2025 alone, Alliance Texas was responsible for $12.9 billion of economic impact in Fort Worth and North Texas. Truly mind-blowing, thanks to the team here at Hillwood. All of the topics discussed today are incredibly impressive. Continued growth in the production of missiles, drones, unmanned aerial systems, technologies that are shaping the future, and we want Fort Worth to also be at the center of that. A side note opportunity this coming Thursday, we'll host our Mayor's Celebration of Students. I'm telling you this because over 600 students from our area high schools will be graduating at the same time they graduate from high school with a degree or credential that leads them straight into the workforce. And our special guest speaker will be none other than retired Navy SEAL and NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy from the Medal of Honor Museum. Important for these kids to understand what the future looks like and the foundation of service above self that's right here in Fort Worth, Texas. Thank you for being a part of this unique symposium. It's an opportunity, of course, to step back, take stock of where we are, and look ahead at our work across our region and across the nation as it relates to the future of the U.S. military and, of course, our space development. So again, thank you for choosing Fort Worth to be in this space. Thank you for all the distinguished guests who chose to be here today on a Saturday, and importantly, taking part in this first of its kind event. If you're not from Fort Worth and maybe you're bored where you live, I hope you've been enjoyed what's happening here in this successful city. It's a place where we are incredibly proud to be American patriots. We're proud of our military, of our veterans, and importantly, the defense companies that are protecting not just America, but the rest of the world today. God bless each of you. Have a wonderful time and enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
So Fort Worth is a great city because Fort Worth has great leadership. Maddie, thank you very much. Mayor, wonderful to have you with us. I'm going to turn it over now to David Hamilton. I believe we are into lunch, David? I'm sorry? We are adjourned for lunch.
hold. Alpha Bravo out. Watch up, buggies 13550, Angel 16. Maneuver, diamond, burner loop with a right turnout. Smoke. Okay, bogies appear to be coming, jinking to the right now, heading north. Watch up, bogies 13550, Angel 16. A little pull. 346. Check the smoke pressure off, check the tab, check the flaps to have, reset the trim, and 6 feet.
What's that? You see, you can take a photo? Yeah, fine. Yeah. I'm sure there'll be a good photo op. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. How y'all doing? Well, we're going to get started again. I hope your lunch is good. We're going to have a part of the program here. We're going to honor someone that's near and dear to my heart, Val Mukherjee. We give something called the Radigi Award for Technological Innovation and National Security. And its namesake is here today, Lieutenant General Harry Radigi, a longtime friend and advisor. And I just had to give a shout out to Harry. So a round of applause for Harry, if you would, please. I'm going to invite Meredith Walker, Val Mukherjee, and others to come up here, talk a little bit about the award. Harry, if you would join us. Talk a little bit about this award, why it's given, and We'd like your help honoring and recognizing our good and great friend, Val Mukherjee, who leads the CFF.
Well, good afternoon again, everyone. I'm Meredith Walker. I'm the General Petraeus Global Fellow of the Cyber Future Foundation. I'm also the Chief Relations Officer for U2D2, which is U.S.-Ukraine Drone Dominance Manufacturing Blue Label here in the U.S. for America and our allies. And I have also had the pleasure of working with David Hamilton for a number of years, and am delighted to introduce our Lieutenant General Harry Radke Award. First, I'm going to introduce the General. The General and I go back several years. While I was working with Ross Perot Jr. on cyber policy through what was then the East-West Institute, I got to know the General at that time. At that time, we were able to do track 2 diplomacy for the US, China, Russia, and allies in the area of cybersecurity. And it was also at that time that I got to meet Val Mukherjee, who had just founded the Cyber Future Foundation. That was 10 years ago here in Dallas. And I would say we had a lot of positive hope back at that time. We still always have positive hope, but we definitely say that things have gotten a lot more complicated. And that is what you will hear from General Radke and also our prior recipient, General Crozier, and then from Val Mukherjee himself. But just a couple more words on Lieutenant General Harry Radke. So while we were working together at the East-West Institute, I was flying back one flight from New York to Dallas. I picked up a book in the airport called Eccentric Orbits. And it was all about Iridium and the Motorola satellites and how that was saved. And in the middle of the book, I was about halfway home at that point, there's a whole chapter on General Radke, who was not general at that time. But imagine back in 1999 with President Clinton, Motorola was going to shoot down the Iridium satellites because they were worried about the risk that something was going to fall, that they were going to get sued. Well, what a disaster that would have been for our military, especially in Afghanistan and Iraq. But the general at that time was able to persuade President Clinton that maybe the government should protect this, kind of take it back, and now Iridium is still a very successful private company. And that was really what began our Radke Award about 10 years ago at this time. We wanted to honor him here in Dallas. We had about 300 people with him, his family, to celebrate his wonderful career and achievements, which have continued. But then after that, we thought, well, we would love to continue this legacy and continue honoring the general every year along with a special honoree. So with that, I'd like to bring up General Radke.
Well, let me just say thanks to Meredith. And every time I see her or listen to her speak, first off, you need to listen. And number two, she always surprises me about something she remembers about your personal past, you know? So that's some of the first stories I've heard about how she sort of was introduced to me through a book. But you know, it was actually 16 years ago that I was at a Forerunner activity like this, a luncheon in Dallas, and I was in the audience, and I was surprised to be called to the stage, and I was honored and humbled to be recognized with this award that has become known as the Distinguished Contributions in Technology Innovation for National Security. And I was very surprised about this. They didn't forewarn me. And I was presented this award by Secretary Gordon England and Governor Tom Ridge. And of course, the person behind all of this was David Hamilton. And I have always cherished that award. It looks very much like this. It's in a very prominent place in my home office. But about 11 years passed, and I had been the only recipient of this award. And so David came to me, along with the advisory group and Secretary England, and they said, you know, we would like to honor some additional people with this award. And since you were the first one to receive it, we're going to call it sort of the Radigi Award for that technological innovation. Well, I will tell you, I'm not worthy of that, but it was wonderful that they decided to honor others. And so I was not going to stand in the way of that. And so we assembled some individuals. And let me just say that starting in 2021, the second recipient of this award was the Honorable James Hondo Gertz, who, if you know, he's had a tremendous background with Special Operations Command, Assistant Secretary and Undersecretary of the Navy, and just a tremendous individual. The next year, we gave the award to General Keith Alexander, who is the National Security Advisor Director, and he was also the first commander of the U.S. Cyber Command. That same year, we gave the award to Kevin Mandia, who invented Mandiant. And then the next year, we all voted. We started to have the recipients vote on who should receive the next award. And that next year, in 2023, it was Palmer Luckey. And Palmer Luckey, of course, with Anduril. The following year, it was Dmitry Alperovich, who is the founder, CEO at that time of CrowdStrike, and also an award-winning author with his latest book on China. The next recipient was in 2024. It was the Honorable Ellen Lord, who was in charge of acquisition for the Department of Defense. And then in 2025, here in Fort Worth, Dallas area, we gave the award to Major General Clint Crozier. And Clint is here with us now, and I'm going to ask him in a second to step forward. So it's nice to have a previous award winner here with us. Clint was the architect of what today we know as the U.S. Space Force. He was the person that put all that together as a culminating part of his distinguished military career. Last year, we honored General Mike Murray, who was the first commander of the Army Futures Command. But for right now, I'd like to ask Clint Crozier to come forward as our 8th recipient of this award.
Thanks, one. I'm 8, right? He's 1. He's the one. Harry, I got to tell you, I am, just very quickly, I am extraordinarily honored as well. As you read off those names, I don't belong in that list. There's a dip between those who have gotten it and the award recipient last year. And the one we're about to present it to here, Val, in just a minute ago. So I'm so proud to be able to help provide this award and present this award to Val. There will be other things said about Val. I'll tell you a couple of things that I'm particularly excited about, impressed about Val and his accomplishments. Yes, he's a longtime cybersecurity executive, visionary, a huge talent in the world of cyber. He created the Cyber Future Foundation and all those things that have been with it. He's been with Deloitte. He's been with the Ernst & Young. He's one of the best and brightest thinkers we have in cybersecurity anywhere in the United States, anywhere around the world, including creating a Davos forum on cyber futures based on the Cyber Future Foundation. Those are all amazing accolades. But I'll tell you two things that really impressed me at the heart about Val and just give you a sense of the kind of person he is. And one of them is, as we saw the U.S. forces pull out of Afghanistan a few years ago, and we saw the Taliban about to take over the country as well, and we were fearful for all those people who had supported the U.S. and all those people who were actively trying to make a positive difference in Afghanistan. Val got involved with some of the early efforts, along with Brad Smith and others, along the early efforts to bring out people from Afghanistan and save them from the Taliban rule, including Val was specifically involved with saving 200 female judges who they were able to help escape from the country before the Taliban rule took over. How impressive and incredible is that? And then being a global citizen of heart and mind again, as the conflict in Ukraine was starting to evolve, given Val's extraordinary credibility around the world in cybersecurity, entities across Ukraine started reaching out to Val, asking them to help think about cybersecurity for the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian government, because at the time, of course, it was feared Russia was going to come in and just overwhelm the country within a matter of days. And Russia had talked about wanting to put an end to all the civilization of Ukraine in terms of historical documents, accomplishments, everything else. Think about the national archives of a country, birth certificates, ownership, property ownership, education archives and academic records, banking records. Think about all those things that make up a civilization. And Val was part of helping Ukraine work through its cybersecurity and protection plan to be able to be cyber resilient as the onslaught, not only of the Russian physical forces, but the Russian cyber forces began to invade Ukraine. And I'm happy to say that in my role at AWS at the time, AWS also kicked off a project called Project Sunflower, where we sent teams into Ukraine and we brought them infrastructure and helped them move all of their vital national security and civilian cyber records into the AWS cloud to preserve them for all posterity, regardless of what happened on the ground physically within Ukraine. And so, Val, I'm just extraordinarily thankful to you, not only for your amazing cyber technology accomplishments, which are extraordinary, but for the humanity efforts that you've brought to bear against really important global challenges as well. And so, Val, I'm happy from number 8 to number 9 to be part of this award presentation today. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Clint, for those comments. Let me just add a couple things. First off, and this is close to home, Val has a Master of Science degree in computer engineering from UNT, and he got that in 2006. So he's come home. I had the pleasure, as Clint briefly mentioned, of working with Val at Deloitte & Touche, and there Val was involved with enterprise risk services that we were putting together back in the early and mid yeah. I'm not going to compete with that. That is the sound of freedom. That is true. Okay. It's a beautiful sound. And at Ernst & Young, you know, he was managing director and he was working on critical infrastructure at that time, oil and gas, critical infrastructure, and he was doing that for just short of 6 years. But very importantly, he is the chairman and founder of the Cyber Future Foundation. And that has a great following. As a matter of fact, when Val was announced on LinkedIn, I could not believe the number of people who were saying, this is so deserving. Val is the right person for this kind of recognition. Val goes to Davos and was the one that founded and is the capture on the Cyber Future Foundation event every year there, where we talk about cyber and how it is shaping the future of technology and national security. That's a big deal. And he also now is the founder of the Professional Association of Chief Information Security Officers. That's just been in effect now for a little over a year, but something that was definitely needed if you know the world of CISOs and what an important part they play in our daily lives. So, Val, it's my extreme honor, along with these other individuals here, to present this award to you for distinguished contributions in technology innovation for national security. And I think it's so fitting, the fact that you are this recent awardee of this award on the 250th anniversary of American independence and the inaugural event of our Military Air and Space Convention this year here in Fort Worth. So if we'd step forward, I think. Thank you, Val. And the mic is yours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, General Reddy. Thank you, General Crosser, my friend David Hamilton, my friend Meredith Walker, and the entire audience here. We have too many to name here who have been part of this journey, too many. And I'm too humble. As my team knows, I never give a prepared speech. I speak from the heart. And it's always hard, right? When you're processing emotions and you're trying to understand the grasp of the enormity of the responsibility that have been entrusted to you to find the next in line who would be in the same list that you probably saw or heard last 8 or 9 of the awardees. Just incredible. I mean, people that I look up to and have influenced my life extremely. I think, being grateful is an incredible feeling, and it overwhelms you when you are grateful for so many things, so many people that have touched your life. And we have a saying within this organization, Cyber Future Foundation, CFF, has been my baby and the joy of my life. For all the other businesses I do, this is what we have protected, and my friends here, kind of guard with life. I think that the biggest thing is always what he says: how can we have one less person in trouble? Okay? It is one less, and when you do one less person who needs or gets that help, then you have another 100 coming out of that. And technology, leading a life of innovation and technology, what we have learned is that if we are able to do something technically, it's actually very scalable. And human limitations connected with what I say, authentic intelligence connecting with artificial intelligence, everything is AI these days. The authenticity is what drives that the gratefulness and the humility that we have. Well, I'm extremely humble to be in the honor role of this particular award, but for many reasons. One of them is what I have seen and you cannot unsee. The war in the evacuation of Afghanistan was something that we were not really prepared for. And at times when you sometimes don't know what you can do. And I think all of you have gone through that in your lives. Somebody will tell you, you can actually do this. And then you realize that it's not you who will do it. It's going to be the people that you've worked with, build trust and relationships and friendships and love, cried, shared a meal together is who you do it with. So one of those calls was, of course, as General Rodiki and Torsten mentioned about the Afghan evacuation. And I'm glad to say that a lot of them actually are in the US. Some of them are around the world. I think those are those, like, if we could have done 261, probably would have done 261. But those one less is always the case. And that's prepared this team to not only take on the Ukrainian US the Ukraine-Russia war as it is stands today in the 4th year. And I have many friends here. Just to I could go on and name, but a lot of us are in business because we know that through economic shifts we can make the economic efforts, we can actually make the world much safer. And if there are economic, at the end of the day, I've been in 40 or 50 different countries where CFF partners and members are. Everybody wants the same thing. They want to have, they want to go back to their families. They want to provide for their families. They want to have a happy and peaceful life. And that's universal. That's here in Texas, which we rejoice every day. This beautiful place that our friend Matt Bird and Ross Perot Jr. have, we are in their home. But I think it's universal. So you keep that universal hope alive by the work that we do today and every day. And that is just not a wish. You have to do something about it. That's why CFF, I say the team is about, it's not a think tank, it's a think and do tank. We are very quiet, as many of you know who have been part of this, is just we reach out and then our friends reach out to us, are not very vocal about it. And that is why it was very hard for me to actually accept this honor, but it is an honor. It is an honor for me to be in the same lines and associated the names of General Rodriguez and Mint Corsair here. Yeah. But it's also a great responsibility for us when the future generation and, of course, and a lot of our colleagues look up to this team to actually further the goals that we have, imbibed in us. Many of us actually, have been in positions where we didn't know what to do. And that's when, I have friends like Meredith and David and all find more friends to carry on the mission. There are a couple of, I think this is a moment of recognition for many in this room. Actually, the whole room being here is just, and being in the midst of them for you all is an honor itself. But I would like to recognize those who have actually worked and fought in Afghan and Iraq theaters. And I feel that the obligation is on us to take that forward. The experience that we have had in Ukraine, and I would like to, if you have visited Ukraine or Kyiv, raise your hands. Or, okay, yeah, quite a few of you. If you actually fought in Ukraine, please stand up. Okay, and okay. And you know what? My other partner who's not in the room, co-chair, and which our good friend Meredith here carries the Global Fellowship Award name, is General David Petraeus, who's also a partner on the National Security and Economic Strategy Center, and has been a great mentor, friend, and guide as our friends here on the stage as well. I think, traveling with him to Kyiv opened up the eyes in terms of what can we do, what's happening on the ground. And I think our warfighters here deserve that technological advancement at a rapid pace. We talked about lethality, we talked about, a lot of active missions that could actually use, and we just, saw the last 2 or 3 weeks of what is happening in the Middle East. I'm so thankful that General Kane came here to spend the 2 days with us to deliver the message directly. And you can imagine last weekend versus this weekend, what a change it has been emotionally for us as a country, our boys being stuck there and being recovered. But what I would like to see, that the work that this whole community has done, the CFF community and all our partners, especially in the Ukraine front, that innovation is brought here. And that's where some of our friends are here and actively involved. Please, let's not wait for us to go through another learning journey. My career started with taking Israeli cyber tech and transferring here. That's what my then boss, General Rodriguez at Deloitte, equipped us to do. And I think that learning is what we have put into getting Ukrainian tech into the US soil. And I think it's basically taking 4 years, and I think that's like compressed timeline, 4 years of innovation bringing to US and the warfighters. So it's not just a economic mission, it is a real humanity-saving level mission, and that we should take on, and it's a complete new category. I would like to also add that Our future is now so intertwined with technology. And I have my other friend here, Yasha, who's talk about hybrid intelligence, how authentic and artificial intelligence have to work together. This is something I talked to our governor the other day about how can we have the stability of economy and jobs. This is something that, we were in Ukraine last September, and defining a model of how to end the war. We have a model of the political willing, the coalition of willing and an established, organization. I think it is about time to get the coalition of the able, which is this room, and the coalition, and get the coalition of ready. It is a war against war. And I think with all the innovation that has been compressed in the last 4 years of timeline, we have to equip our war fighters to keep the peace as we wish to be. And I could just go on and on, but I definitely want to recognize my friends from CFF who are here, who have been on the journey for some for months, some for decades here, for standing here. I also want to recognize some of you who are already in the team. If you could stand up. This is an honor to represent you. So please, if you represent the CFF delegation, please stand up. This is your moment. This is a unified moment for us. And a lot of you are shy, and I thought that the whole room is going to stand up next time. But thank you for those who were able to make this trip. Many of you spared your weekends to come here, and the work is not done. It is just starting. 10 years is nothing in lifetime of humanity's work that we have to do. And I invite you all to join the mission, join the coalition of able, and get the coalition of ready. Let's make this world a safer and better place. Technology, innovation, and of course, good, strong deterrent functions that need to make our society safer. So thank you all. It is an honor.
Here, let me. Have you in the middle, sir? Yeah. That award. Take a picture of this. The next narrative.
Thank you, everyone. So we're going to have our next panel. If the panel will step forward. Thank you, everyone. This is a wonderful moment, and thank you for sharing it with us. Secretary England. Thank you, sir. I would like to take this moment to be the bearer of bad tidings. We've gotten word, unfortunately, that Jared Isaacman of NASA will not be able to join us this afternoon. So sorry about that, but we are very, very grateful that the Artemis mission was so successful, and that our brave astronauts are back home safe.
Okay, folks, on to the next panel. And the next panel is National Defense Strategy and Advanced Technology. And the moderator is an old friend of mine. Gentlemen, please, you can take the stage a while. Old friend David Norquist. So when I was a Deputy Secretary of Defense, David was a Deputy Undersecretary in the Office of the Comptroller. So we worked together in the Pentagon. Then 10 years later, he was Deputy Secretary of Defense. Then at some point in my time in Washington, I was also Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security. And then he followed me in the Department of Homeland Security as the Chief Financial Officer. And I think, David, about the only thing you can follow me next is into retirement. So, ladies and gentlemen, our next panel, and the Honorable David Norquist.
I spent much of my life in the Pentagon, and when someone opens a conversation with the bearer of the bad news and all it is a canceled speaker, you get really excited. So, all right. Well, first of all, thank you all for being here this afternoon. The topic for today's panel is National Defense Strategy and Advanced Technology. We got an exceptional lineup of speakers who are going to give their views. We've got General Hrigan, we've got Rear Admiral Hewitt, we've got Vice Admiral Harwood, and Rear Admiral Kelly, and I'm going to let each of them sort of give you their backgrounds and walk you through it. But what I want to do is to help you understand why what they're about to cover is so significant, and then we'll get into the question and answers. For those of you unfamiliar, every 4 years, the Department of Defense issues a national defense strategy. It lays out the vision of where they think the world is and what the threats are, but it's also guidance to the department for what to plan for, and in some sense, guidance for industry to anticipate the requirements. Now, if you haven't noticed, in Washington, D.C. these days, it doesn't appear that anyone can agree on much of anything. And so it is most noteworthy when you look at the national defense strategies going back across the last 3 administrations, the first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second Trump administration, the similarities on the key elements of the national defense strategy. The core finding is that post-Cold War period where it was just the U.S. and nobody else is gone, and we've entered a period of what they refer to as great power competition. Different people, different administrations, different political parties, same conclusion. And part of the reason for that, I'll just give you 2 numbers. The Soviet Union at its peak was 15% of world GDP. China's 19% of world GDP and climbing. When the US was facing off with the Soviets, reached 20% of the world's steel production. Today, China is 50% of the world's steel production, and the United States is less than 5%. So it's a very different environment. You've seen the Russian aggression in Ukraine. You've seen the rise of China. This, there's tremendous agreement about. But there's also the challenge of these new disruptive technologies and how that's going to change the character of warfare. And while there's agreement on the list of technologies, and you can find them in the reports, everything from AI and hypersonics, cyberspace, drones, quantum mechanics, what that means is not certain. How to understand it, and it's not just the high-level concepts, it's the integration. Every country between World War II and World War I and World War II understood the combustion engine. They knew there were radios, they knew there were tracked vehicles, but they all integrated them differently. The French tanks just moved at foot speed right alongside their infantry, didn't change their tactics. The Germans invented the Blitzkrieg predominantly by reading British research on how to integrate them that the British weren't actually following. So understanding how all this comes together and changes warfare is key to being successful in the future. So with that, let me pause. And what I'm going to do here is let each of our guests introduce themselves, say a little bit about their background, give some opening remarks on the topics, and then we'll go through the Q&A. So we'll just start from left to right and go across, gentlemen.
Bob Harward, as a naval officer for 40 years, a surface warfare for a couple of years, and then a SEAL. When I left, I ran Lockheed Martin's business in the Middle East for 10 years, retired, and now I'm with the company Shield AI. It's ironic, my father's a naval officer in the 1960s, were running drones and vertical takeoff and landing jet aircraft in the 50s and 60s. And I'll play into some of the comments I'm going to talk today. But I would say one other thing that's unique to my situation. I grew up in Iran. We were there from 66 to 79 and focused on Iran my entire career, specifically now. So I'll hand it over to my shipmate here, Cobra.
Hey, thanks, sir. Jeff Regan, go by Cobra. Basically, kind of grew up as a fighter pilot flying F-15s and early into the F-22 program. Had an opportunity to fly Raptors for several years. Got to spend some time with I'll call him my shipmate as well, Admiral Harwood, over in CENTCOM, plenty of years in the CENTCOM AOR, ultimately being the Air Force's Central Command commander from 16 to 18, largely during the prime of the ISIS fight, and then moved over to U.S. Air Forces in Europe, where I was the commander for U.S. Air Forces Europe, Africa, and also the NATO AirCom commander. During that time period, of course, is when the Russians invaded Ukraine. So played a important part for our nation with the leadership as we managed, I'll call it the first 4 to 6 months of the war to get the Ukrainians through that particular piece of it, and have remained connected from that period on. Took a little bit of time off to get my life together after all that, and now am working for Lockheed for about the last 2.5 years. Just recently moved over to support the team at Skunk Works Privileged to have an opportunity to do that. And relative to today's discussion, first off, thanks to the team that put this together. Outstanding event. Clearly, with the group of people that we have up here today, you know, what's happening in our world, leveraging many of the lessons that all of us have seen over the years and then applying the technology that's applicable today, there's a challenge there. And as we're watching what's happening relative to our government and the requirement to go fast, ultimately it comes back to how you do that. PowerPoint and talking is great, but like the chairman said, it's going to be about action and sorting out how we collectively as a team move forward to do that. And, you know, we've got the right people in the right places, but it's going to take a concerted effort across all of us to make that happen. I would argue our sons, daughters, and grandkids deserve it. So that's what we're here to talk about. Thank you.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everybody. Mike Hewitt, 31 years in the U.S. Navy. I was an aviator, flew the P-3 Orion, which is a great Lockheed Martin aircraft, but also led the development of the Boeing P-8 Poseidon, which is equally an unbelievable aircraft now operating globally, doing everything from anti-submarine warfare to surveillance to almost any mission you can imagine. What brought me into the world I'm in now was I spent 6 of my last 8 years in the Joint Chiefs in the J-3. And for those of you in the military know that if you spend enough time in the J-3, you're going to meet every COCOM commander, every service chief, and every leader that's going to lead our department. And I was fortunate enough to spend 6 long years in the J-3. And at the time, I was in charge of developing the first real use of cyber as a Title X authority. This is in really the toughest times of the Iraq War, as you recall, with Al-Qaeda. So I had a chance to develop the first real policy, rules of engagement, and competencies around the cyber force for the military, alongside with the intelligence community as well. One of my founders is actually Keith Alexander, who we mentioned earlier today. So I spent a lot of time on that. I also spent a lot of time on counterproliferation, primarily Iran, North Korea, Pakistan, and any other nation or belligerent activity that was pursuing a weapon of mass destruction, which kept me very closely aligned with Admiral Harwood and the team that was in charge of doing the exact mission you just saw 2 weeks ago. And so it became a passion of mine to realize that we have to be able to compete against Russia and China in civil nuclear power, or we are doomed to face the outcome of a world that is globally moving towards weapons of mass destruction. So that was really why I formed my company in 2016, developing ways for U.S. companies to compete and win internationally. Spent most of my time in the Middle East, most of my time in Eastern Europe, and that's what brought me to Ukraine before the war. I will spend and can spend forever telling you why Ukraine matters, the world, why it matters to the United States. And I was focused on developing small modular reactors in Ukraine prior to the war. After the war broke out, we immediately started to turn our attention to A, winning the war, and B, winning the peace, which helps you win the war in reconstruction and development of technologies. I've spent considerable time in Ukraine since the war started, and we'll save the rest of the conversation for this panel, but suffice to say that they are winning because they don't have a defense acquisition system that looks like ours. They're winning because they're fighting for their survival. And we as a country have an unbelievable opportunity, and this is why I'm part of U2D2 and honored to be a part of this group. We have an unbelievable opportunity to win the war by winning the peace, by capturing this unbelievable technology that's being developed in Ukraine, harness it for not just Ukraine, but for the United States, and realize we have to meet them halfway. We have to change how we do business in this country, or we will dilute and diminish the innovative technologies that are coming out of Ukraine right now. And then I think at the end of this, we'll talk more about the future of unmanned systems. So could not be more honored to be here, and thank you for having me.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Roy Kelly. I have a call sign Trigger. I'm a naval aviator, retired. So I flew F-14s and F-18s in the Navy, had 35 years of service there, which I thoroughly enjoyed. My intent when I came in the Navy was that I'll do my time, get out and become a commercial airline pilot. Obviously, I failed at that. But I enjoyed my time so much that I continued to get deeper and deeper involved. I will say that I did spend some time on the Joint Staff as well, but mine was 24 months, and it was the minimum I was allowed, and I absolutely wanted to leave there as quickly as possible. So God bless you for 6 years. That's unbelievable. I've had the opportunity to deploy in aircraft carriers around the globe, lots of operations in the Middle East, both Iraq and Afghanistan. And during the course of those tours, I came to better understand the Middle East cultures and some of the challenges that we as Americans face in looking at how they operate and what they do. And part of that, I think, as we talk about today, where is it that the U.S. is in looking at our diplomacy and looking at how our national strategy should go forward, we need to certainly understand the cultures that we're interacting with. And I think that that goes a long way. What I will say is, the time that I spent in uniform, and it was truly a privilege, had the opportunity as a flag officer to be Chief of Naval Air Training in South Texas. So I've done a few tours here in Texas. Absolutely love coming back to the state. But additionally, a Carrier Strike Group commander, where I had the opportunity to go around the world on a deployment, operate in many different areas, and kind of see the differences in cultures and how those interactions that we as Americans need to have with them. Final two tours I had as flag officer, one of them as a director for fleet integration for the F-35, and an overlap here with one of my compadres. And then finally retired out of the Navy as the Chief of Naval Air Training, having all the, as the Commander Naval Air Forces Atlantic, having all the East Coast Naval Aviation units. And in that job, learned a lot about efficiencies and understanding how man, train, and equip is supposed to work and where we have our challenges at. As I look at the topics that we have today in national defense strategy, I think that looking at some of the, and I would give a grade card, I'm sure President Trump's going to be very interested in what I have to say, but I would give a grade card and probably some very high marks when it comes to this administration and what they're doing with their strategy. They laid out what that strategy is, and they're implementing on it. And just, two things I wanted to focus on. Number one, we look at where's our pacing threat. It certainly is China. And if one of our national strategies is that we want to deter China, then we need to make sure that we're putting our money where our mouth is. This year, as we look at the president's budget proposal for 2027, $1.5 trillion budget he's proposing. I would definitely say they're putting their money where their mouth is. We need to have a strong military if we truly want to deter other countries. The idea being that we want China to wake up each morning, look out the window, and see a carrier strike group operating in their AOR and go, today is not the day we're going to invade Taiwan. So I think that, as we look at those strategies that they've laid out, and we'll talk through some of those, I know, we need to make sure that we're looking at the perspective the administration has, and truly, are they hitting the mark with what needs to be done to make sure that we're able to execute what they put out here as their strategy. Thank you.
So as you can see, we have an exceptional lineup of speakers who understand strategy, they understand the technology, and they understand how all that comes together in warfare. I should point out, by the way, the National Defense Strategy is unclassified. There's an unclassified version. It's available online. So I would encourage all of you, if this is your field, make sure you take the time to read that. So now for the first question, what I want to start with is, if you go back to ancient Greeks, you get land and sea warfare. Then World War I and World War II, we had undersea with submarines and airplanes above. What you've seen in the last several years is the growth of two new warfighting domains, and explicitly called that, both space and cyber, and the response to elevating cyber command and creating the Space Force. So my first question, and we'll start with Admiral Kelly and just go this direction, is how have these domains evolved, and what does that mean for our national security?
So I'll start with cyber, and I think that if you take, and I wouldn't necessarily classify it as a new domain, but certainly it's a continuing to evolve. And as we look at the access and the players that are there, this is a domain where the playing field is leveled. You don't have to have a $1.5 trillion budget in your country. You don't have to have a huge Navy, Army, Marine Corps, Air Force. None of that's required. The idea that they can operate in some very small, isolated compartment and be able to impact a country, a superpower country like the U.S., is phenomenal. And I think that, as we've seen over the years, the stand-up, as you described, of different organizations within our government that allow for the defense of cyber, but they're also standing up and again, recognizing this is an unclassed event, they're also standing up the offensive cyber and how we can play in that arena. So I think that, you know, from a cyber perspective, not necessarily a new domain, but certainly one that we need to be concerned with. And as we look at what happened in Iran recently, you know, one of the most concerning things at home wasn't that we were thinking that there was going to be a ballistic missile or a cruise missile coming from Iran to hit the continental United States. It was, what about sleeper cells? What about cyber attacks that we might see in our country? And I think that it certainly is an area of concern. From a space or a near space operation, and my biggest interest, I think, especially from working at Raytheon and RTX, is looking at hypersonics. When you've got an opportunity for kind of a reverse of the time distance challenge that we used to talk about, now it's a matter of, if something launches, how quickly do I have to react to make sure that we can defend against it? And we're talking about missiles that are flying in excess of Mach 5. So to take something out that fast is, and kind of give you an analogy, it's a comparison. How would I try to hit a bullet that's mid-flight? And that's the type of challenge that we're looking at. And certainly as Raytheon, and we have RTX has 50,000 engineers that are much smarter than I am, that are looking at problems like this and how to attack it, how to solve it. So I think, you know, as I look at those areas, certainly areas that I'm concerned about and certainly areas I'm focused on. Over.
Yeah, I think I was very fortunate to work at the time for some leaders that wanted to make sure that we did cyber the way we did all other warfighting domains. And that was a really important aspect of it. So the vice chairman was General Hoss Cartwright. The OGC, and the secretary probably remembers this, is Jay Johnson. And the two of them took on the task of creating the policies, the ROE, and the governance that allowed us to man, train, equip this new warfighting mission. And if you think about the time we've gone from 2006, where we had nothing, to a unified command today, is a remarkable amount of progress. A lot of this had to do with the fact that, particularly what General Cartwright said is, I want this domain to be the same as air, sea, undersea. It needs to have the same vernacular. It needs the same rules of engagement. For those of us in the military, it needed the same warning and weapon status, so that as a trigger puller, you knew what you could and couldn't do in real time. And so it was an amazing feat, I think, by the Pentagon, the IC, the Title 50 and Title 10 community to task organize around this domain. I think we're still far behind. And if you understood as citizens that Al-Qaeda enjoyed sovereignty and freedom of maneuver on your servers in the United States, because we weren't allowed to look at American citizens because of your First Amendment rights. So we're still struggling with the fact that we can certainly take out a Russian ICBM that's headed to this country, but we can't stop a cyber attack that's residing on our servers today. So we have a long way to go in recognizing the threat and what we need to do to, A, protect civil liberties, but at the same time be able to defend our nation. And the average person would say, of course I want you to stop a massive cyber attack from shutting down a grid. But right now, we may not have the ability to do that. There's a huge gray space between what's happening on the ground in the US and what we know to be an act of war. So we have a long way to go there. Real quick on space, we're moving from quickly being an area of diplomacy and statecraft to one of operational primacy. And that is a big concern. You hear a lot about ASAT weapons. You hear a lot about putting data centers into space, which is something we're going to do. Or the Artemis mission. The space domain is quickly moving from one of collaboration to one of operational competition. I think it's something we have to focus on very carefully.
Thanks. I'll come at it a slightly different angle, and I'll put it kind of in an operational context. And, you know, kind of piling on to Admiral Hewitt's point here. If I go back to 2016, when I was in AFCENT, we were just getting comfortable with leveraging cyber. Some of it we couldn't even use US stuff because we didn't have policy. So we actually used other people's cyber. And for all my cyber colleagues, don't take this in the wrong way, but I used to ask them, I'd say, hey, what are you doing? They'd say, hey, sir, we're shooting. And I'd go, is it working? It was that fragile. That's where we were at. And so my line to them, and for those of you that are aviators or are familiar with go, no-go criteria, like I'm not going unless I have this. Back in those days, they were not a go, no-go criteria. We wanted them, was part of the game, but frankly, we're like, if it doesn't happen, we're going anyways. And these were in scenarios that you and I were very familiar with. That has changed. I think even over the course of the last 5 to 6 years, we've been able to leverage it in real world activities to, I'll say, lead with cyber and follow it up with kinetics, or even in some cases, leverage it for kinetic effects. But that took time. We had to have policy, we had to develop the TTPs, and we had to prove to ourselves that it would actually work. Because let's be frank, it's fragile. And recognizing the fragility of that domain and how we provide ourselves with opportunities to have different courses of action that achieve the desired effects was something that we've had to learn over time. And certainly we've made progress on that, but to Admiral Hewitt's point, there's a whole bunch of work to be done. And remembering there's both a defensive side of it and an offensive side of it. And those have to come together as we optimize what that domain offers to us, but also puts us potentially in precarious positions. And it's not even from the geostrategic level, but also at the tactical level, whenever there be getting into our airplanes or those types of activities that have the potential to have tremendous impact to what we're trying to achieve. What I would offer from, again, the space piece, and I'll pile a little bit onto what you're saying, is we went from space is cool, I like it, can I get some? But they're really slow. And again, I love my space folks, but when I wanted something fast, I didn't ask a space guy. It was going to take a couple days to get data coming from any of the entities that we were working with. And so we used other tools that had potentially more persistence than what we were getting out of space. That has changed with the level of activity that has occurred there, but that has also led, to your point, it's a warfighting domain now. It's not guaranteed. And so what I would offer to all of us is we think about how we integrate space with all the other domains. From my perspective, there's a whole bunch of work, particularly Lockheed's doing on airspace integration. As you think about moving data around, how do we leverage space with some level of resiliency that allows us to get beyond line of sight comms, allows us to move targeting data to do the types of things that will be required with support from space. And as you look at ground moving targeting indicator work, GMTI, or in the future, AMTI type activities, we can't get there fast enough, but we will still require resilience. So going forward, plenty of work to do, but lots of progress over the last several years. Thanks.
Not much to add, except a couple perspectives that I think Cobra understands this. It's shocking if you talk about innovation. We really, by policy-wise and politically wise, we didn't even go into the offensive realm of this domain until Keith Alexander. So we were decades behind our adversaries. And while mainly space and cyber are the activities because of the resources required and the capacity of the peer competitor, China, Russia, this is an area where our adversaries at the lowest level can play and have a dramatic effect. I guess this is all open source, but remember the initial days of Afghanistan, they infiltrated our most sensitive cyber activity by selling disk drives at the bazaar where one of our sailors. So still a lot of realm to move into this area. And space is another one of those areas where so much money and resources are going into it. Is it going to be a tipping point for the great peer competitor? But what I'm concerned of, the application where we've been getting our excuse this technical term, getting our ass handed to us for the last decades at the asymmetric level by Iran, by the others, people who are out innovating at a fraction of the cost. You see this going on in cyber, you see this going on in a lot of other domains. So these areas, I'd say we're still in our nascent stages, but it's focused, again, big programs at big adversaries, so to speak. And I think we have to shift our thinking to more what's cost effective to counter deter and defeat asymmetric warfare, because we've neglected that for decades. And I was surprised not to see that mentioned and discussed in the national security strategy, because that's what's going on in Iran right now. We've got all these incredible, we're bombing them into the Stone Age. We can watch everything, but we can't deter them. They control the straits because they've been focused and have experience in these asymmetric warfare for decades, and we haven't focused how to defeat that. So in this domains, space and cyber, those are some of those areas where we're starting to develop those techniques to, the lone wolves, the Iranians counter them but there's a lot of other things we need to do in the other domains that focus more on this asymmetric warfare.
So one of the areas where we've seen a lot of change over time is the use of drones. We've seen a great deal of activity in Ukraine. We've also seen the evolution from the use of drones in Afghanistan and Iraq to Ukraine to now in Iran. So I'm going to start with you, Admiral Hewitt, and then just go to whoever wants to. What are you seeing and how the drones are evolving, and where do you think this is headed?
Well, I think it's important to point out that we've been doing unmanned systems since World War I. This is not new as a capability or technology. When I developed the P-8 Poseidon to replace the P-3, I actually offloaded about 2/3 of our missions into a maritime version of a Global Hawk, because what we knew was that certain missions don't need a man in a headphone or a man near the harm's way. And so I think as a military, we were already moving in this direction, some of it reluctantly. The TAC Air community loves to talk about how many cats and traps they have. They love to talk about flying over the beach. No disrespect, I think it's an unbelievable capability. But if you look at the Iranian rescue mission from last week, we had to put 150 airplanes and how many people in the harm's way to find one human being. One human being, had he not been in that airplane, wouldn't have made a bit of difference to us in our mission in Iran. So I say all that to say that we are moving towards unmanned capability, not just in tactical killer drones, but across the entire spectrum of military into persistent ISR and other things. And a lot of it is long, long overdue. And this is just not the domain of aviation. It's undersea, it's surface, it's land-based. So what I've seen in Ukraine in the time I've been there, obviously is a OODA loop mission that's completely different from ours. And if there were several things that I could point towards, where is this headed? Take all your lessons learned from Ukraine. They are developing technology with autonomy. They understand the limiting factors of putting drones into a warfighting domain. They're flying further. They're carrying larger payloads. They're doing unbelievable surprise missions deep into Russia. And these are all things they're doing with very little help from America, by the way. And when I spend time in Ukraine and I see these American companies come over with drones, I always ask them, well, what makes your drone better than the other guys? And they don't really have a good answer, other than they got a grant or they got a program of record. The problem with the United States coming to Ukraine is we bring baggage. We bring ITAR compliance baggage. We bring CFIUS baggage. We bring policy baggage. And until we flip that script and allow us to learn from Ukraine, we are going to, in some ways, maybe sub-optimize what we're trying to do right now under President Zelensky. And I know with us at U2D2, we're blue labeling the best technologies in Ukraine. We're bringing them to the United States to scale. And how do we determine the best technology? It's not by a glossy brochure. It's not by a going concern. It's not about how much equity or debt they've raised. Is it making a difference in the battlefield? That is our sole metric of effect. And if it's making a difference in the battlefield, I'm betting it's going to make a difference in the warfighting domain of America and our global allies. So I think for all of us involved in where is this headed, we're at TRL level 1, for those of you that understand technology readiness levels. We're nowhere near where this is headed. And I think we just have to make sure we don't put any issues on moving forward quickly and successfully. And I think part of why we're so excited to be working down here in Texas is there's visionaries here. There's visionaries in the room. There's visionaries in Texas that are going to help us scale Ukrainian technology. And the very last thing I'll say, and no disrespect to my big defense brother in here, you're not the right guys to do it. You're going to up the price. You're going to scale it up. And what we aren't going to let you do is steal the IP of these young men and women in Ukraine, that many of them came back to their country from Silicon Valley to fight the war. And it's our job to make sure that that country becomes, in my words, the South Korea of Eastern Europe in terms of a relationship with America. I am passionate about this country, and their unmanned systems are just a very small indicator of the opportunity to work with this unbelievable nation in AI, in values. In many ways, they represent the country we want to return ourselves to in Ukraine. And so obviously, I'm very passionate about that country. It's our job to protect their IP. It's our job to make sure they win. It's our job to make sure that they become the most important ally of this country in Eastern Europe.
I believe we have several of our Ukrainian partners in the audience. Is that correct? If you just stand up or raise your hand so people can see you. Again, thank you guys for what you're doing. And for those of you who are doing your acronym bingo card, ITAR and CFIUS are the rules related to importing and exporting U.S. technology that's sensitive, and the ability to resolve that to allow you to actually move things in and out. Okay, others who want to weigh in on this topic?
If I could just add on, first, great words there. I think a couple of things to think about. First, this isn't a pushback, but we tend to use drones and not capture exactly what we're talking about, from the smaller ones to the bigger ones. And what does that mean collectively for our national security, for our friends and allies' national security, and how do we move forward on that? Because to your point, we're behind. I'll highlight one thing that I remind people of. So back in the ISIS fight, you may remember this, and you may too, sir. We had ISIS flying drones all over the place, dropping grenades on people. I went multiple times to weapons and tactics conferences, showed a drone over Al Dhafra where we had tankers, AWACS, dropping weapons. What'd we do? Not much. And now we find ourselves in a place where we're watching the Ukrainians do some great work there. But I think it's important as we look at this, and I'll say this from both a U.S. and probably a more centralized U.S. perspective. It's part of the mix going forward, without a doubt. But there will be, we can use the term a family of systems, but there will be levels of these that will be part of where we're going in the future. My challenge was in Europe just to be able to fly an RQ-4 and MQ-9 because of the rules associated with flying there. So as we work through and understand what's happening in the fight, to train with them, to do the rest of the things to turn them into the capability that we all envision, is going to take some work on the Department of War side to work through how we do that. Because I know Admiral Harwood's going to talk about what Shield's going on, Lockheed, we've got plenty of work going on, and they've been doing it for a long time. But to your point, either classified, very challenging to export, those types of things, but they will be part of the mix from the low end to the high end. And I'll just say from the combatant command level or the air component or the maritime component, how you synchronize them into what we're trying to do is going to be a level of effort to locate how we train. Do we do it in a simulator? Do we do it real world? Those are all things that have to happen while the technology is moving forward. And people are thinking about it, but I would say it's more PowerPoint than real right now. And so there's work to be done there that is acknowledged, but let's face it, there's a lot of things going on in the world. So trying to do that while you're fighting a war is challenging, but we've got to work at it. And I'll leave it at that.
So let me drag Admiral Howard into this because I want to highlight it. With the world of drones, it's also the evolution of AI and the ability of drones and others to talk to each other that's revolutioning beyond just simply something that can fly, right? And it's the combination. So can you pick up a little bit on how that's affecting it and where you see those things going?
You stole my thunder.
It's just a volleyball set. That's all I'm trying to do. Just hit it
sit-
right up and let you spike
Because
it.
it's a softball.
Yes.
Okay. You can't say drones without saying autonomy. I mean, I loved my time at Lockheed Martin, but I felt I was looking in the rear view mirror. I was looking forward to retirement so I could go to the future. I think you could talk to Matt Burns. It's not just defense, but commercially, drones are going to revolutionize everything we're doing. But more tragically, back to this comment I made about asymmetric warfare, we have not been innovative at all. So let me give you a little history. I told you about my father was flying drones and vertical takeoff on the ships. Technology, we dropped it. We spent trillions of dollars in Afghanistan and Iraq to have drones that could allow us to see targets. Then we started weaponizing it a little bit. Okay, trillions of dollars, pretty good effectiveness. In a matter of months, Ukraine comes along, innovates for a few thousands, makes them all kinetic at the tactical level, and they're able to balance the power, a nation of about 30 million people, a little small defense, against Russia, one of the largest defense industries, and they still balance the power using those drones. And there's autonomy on that. No one has to fly them. They go off and do it. We're now facing that same thing in Iran. We're bombing them to the Stone Age, but we can't control the straits. We can't go ashore because they have drones that have replaced their missiles at a fraction of the cost. So it's here upon us now. And I'll give you an example, I think, because people really don't understand what this autonomy means and why I've always said the F-35 was one plane too many to have a person in. But I'm with a company, I don't need to mention it, although he plugged it for me, but we wanted to save our guys, SEALs, SF. We were getting killed going into buildings. So SEAL got out of the Navy, hey, I can do it better. We're going to take a small quadcopter and we're going to put AI. So when we get to a building, we crash the building, no one goes in and gets shot. This drone goes in and flies around and does it without anyone telling it what to do. And we just watch it on our heads-up display so I can still shoot and see what's going on. We sell some of this to UAE, and they didn't trust us. They don't trust us? I can't believe that because our policies change every year, but that's another story. But anyhow, so they met the guys at the plane. They had a little briefcase with the drone. They take them to a building. Okay, show us. We've never been to, open the case, hit it. And we're watching as this train goes up and down stairs through, makes decisions, and find people in the building daylight. Ooh, impressive. Let's do that at night. Okay, we go have dinner, come back. They do it at a different building at night. Oh, very good. But they didn't trust us. So they take us to another building that's shielded. So no one, they thought this was like a predator. Somewhere, someone else was flying them. We just hid it from them. So now no one could see what was doing. When it came out, we downloaded it and it illustrated on that platform that it found the guys, and they were laughing when they found it. But it validated the AI that this platform could go and do without anyone seeing, without anyone telling it what to do, and do the mission. So think of that. Think of what that means. And the Secretary of Defense, Undersecretary, have said the conflict with China is going to require autonomous drones because we're not going to have GPS. We're not going to have comms. We're going to need those drones to go do it. So we're going to go through this analogy. I'll give you the 3 stages we're going to go through because Matt's going through it right now with civilian drones that are take aircraft around it. We're going, and I'm a Navy guy, and I know there are a lot of Army and Air Force, but I'm a Navy panel here. The Army, and maybe the Air Force a little bit, do not do anything unless it's approved. And that's a very valid because they're big numbers, and we call that the man in the loop. So you're going to have AI where that AI goes and does it, but it's going to approve every step of escalation. We'll then go to the Navy model. When Navy ships left port, they couldn't talk to anyone. We lived on Unidir, unless otherwise directed. And my whole career was Unidir. I never asked my boss permission. I told him, hey, boss, this is what I'm doing. If you don't like it, tell me no. But if he doesn't say anything, I'm off and going. That's a man on the loop. So these drones will go out and do whatever they want to do, but we can stop them any step of the way. But then the most important, and this is the China option, autonomy where we don't know what we're doing, but we have to have trust and confidence it can go out and do that. And Matt's going through this right now. They're going to have electric vehicles flying around Dallas between their facilities, taking people back and forth. they're going to have trust in the autonomy of that platform to do it. So it's going to be a building stage. But when I hear today this unmanned tie, that almost slows us up. But till we have trust, we're going to have to do that. But ultimately, we're going to have the trust and confidence to have aircraft go deep into China, because we aren't going to have manned aircraft, too much risk to do that, and trust autonomy. So drones and AI are inexplicably linked together, and our hope is that we build such a capacity and capability that becomes the biggest deterrent, since weapons of mass destruction are mutually assured. So, and if you think back when the Russians lined up all those tanks to come into Ukraine, if 50 drones flew up to each one of them and just popped the cap, they probably wouldn't have come into Ukraine. And I'd love to have 100 drones right now to put on every IRGC member we can identify to go out and kill them to help create regime change. So autonomy and drones is the future, without a doubt. Commercially and defense, it's how quick can we innovate and get there so we can build these strategic deterrents and ensure the national security objectives we're seeing play out today. I'd add one last thought. If you've watched, and you have to be a blind person not to see this happen, but the Russian strategic bomber fleet was taken out in a matter of a day by drones. Last week, we had an E-3, we had how many refuelers? 2 or 3 tankers taken out by a couple of drones. You know, those are billions of dollars for a few tens of thousands of dollars. So I'm in, last week I had a European swing. I was in Warsaw, I was in Bucharest, I was in Athens, I was in Romania. And everywhere I landed, I was so encouraged at first, because I landed, I won't say the location, I just look out my window, there were 14 tankers. Another place, a bunch of fighters. I think NATO, they are supporting it. But then the next thought was, shit, all of those could be gone tomorrow. And as we saw today, I haven't confirmed this, where a guy had a hatchet going after a 130 in Iceland. That's how vulnerable we are now to these big, expensive systems and runways, because everyone knows where our assets are and they become targets. So I think vertical takeoff and landing, distribution, as the Iranians are doing with their drones, these are the things that are going to change the battlefield as we know it today.
Excellent. So just for, if you, go ahead, you're always allowed to applaud. This is always welcome. If you remember, there was a point where Ukraine apparently had driven a truck or something, opened it up, and drones deep inside Russia were able to attack airplanes. The Israelis did a similar thing to Iran long before this current conflict. Think of how many shipping containers arrive in the United States from China along the West Coast and are unloaded without ever being opened, could be moved anywhere inside the countries and sit until such time as they need to open their tops and send their drones to a nearby airbase. So the challenge that we're seeing overseas has a very serious risk of coming home. And that's one of the things that we need to pay attention to. You also heard from the previous panel a keen emphasis on the government should tell us what their problem is. Don't tell us what the solution is. Allow industry to innovate. As you heard from some of these speakers, that speed of technology really makes that even more important, because when the government tells you what type of widget or to build, you then have to stop and go find someone who can put together machine tools to build that. My understanding is in Ukraine, they did the reverse. They went to the factories and said, what types of drones can you assemble inside this factory, which allowed them to use existing parts and suppliers rather than starting custom-made demand signals. So those are all a key part of the drivers. Let me just sort of go to the next question to the group, which is, what other technologies, high energy lasers, hypersonics, quantum computers, et cetera, do you see as having a significant and disruptive effect on warfare? And whoever wants to take that question.
I'm happy to jump on part of that anyway. I can honestly say, as I look at quantum computers, I'm certainly not qualified to discuss that, but I will reiterate my comments earlier about hypersonics. as we look at where the future is and this reversal of the time distance problem, hypersonics are truly something that we need to be concerned about. You know, when we used to have time for decision making and how do we react defensively, now it's a matter of figuring out what is the best weapon to use and how quickly can we get it in the air. And vice versa, as we look at the opportunity on the offensive side, is making sure that we have the technology to build these both aerodynamically and propellant-wise. And as we in Raytheon certainly understand when it comes to rocket motors, and we have a lot of rocket scientists trying to determine how can you accelerate something to fly at Mach 5 plus is truly a challenge. So some of those things, as we look at the innovation side of, we're challenged with. Some of the other things listed there, high energy lasers, as I look at modern warfare and try to figure out, and there's a lot of our customers and you know, specifically speaking on the Navy and the Marine Corps side that are interested in this. But as we look at the applications, we continue to see it still being a near defensive opportunity. And I think that as you look at this as a weapon, and certainly we would like to have something that has an unlimited replenishment opportunity. I don't think we're there yet when it comes to high energy lasers. High power microwaves, another opportunity. And I think that there's lots of promise there, but from a Navy perspective, the requirements for a base to operate a high power microwave are still not something we can integrate on board a ship. So both, I think we have technology that we need to continue to refine and look, how can you make it more accurate? How can you limit any side effects? In other words, if you're shooting a laser, how can we make sure that it only hits the target as opposed to something else that might be near it? And I can say from an aviator's perspective, we're always concerned as we get into a battlefield and somebody's using lasers, because even a laser that has limited power can blind a pilot. And that plays into the discussions here as we talked about unmanned aircraft. But technology, I think, still has a ways to go with both of those.
I think that, and we've talked a lot about this in our world, is that energy is the currency of the 21st century. Every one of those systems, or the introduction of AI to the warfighter, is going to require a massive amount of electricity that we don't have today. I'm working on programs that marry up civil nuclear power with AI as a class of capability, and we're doing it all with private capital. And when I looked at Norfolk, Virginia, and if you know, Norfolk, Virginia is probably the world's largest military industrial base complex anywhere, between the nuclear Navy, between the many services that are there. The entire Hampton Roads runs on about 350 megawatts of power that the utility can barely deliver to keep the bases running. By their calculations, they need 10 gigawatts of power just for AI. So as we move from thinking about Chat GPT or Claude or using AI in these simplified methodologies to really making it the most important part of the mission, and being able to curate data, whether it's autonomous and putting it into carrier strike groups so that the carrier goes to sea with an unbelievable amount of knowledge that it's been pre-curated, is going to require gigawatts of compute. If you think about the Golden Dome, which touches on every one of those sensors, as well as being able to defeat stealth technologies, we've seen the Chinese fly around the world with a hypersonic weapon that we never saw. So as we talk about Golden Dome as the Star Wars of the 21st century, the key ingredient is electricity. And so think compute at the edge, power at the edge, and reduction in latency. Those are the things that will be required. And I only say that because the Chinese have been thinking about this for 25 years, and so have the Russians. They got us focused on climate change and net zero. Meanwhile, they built 90 gigawatts of coal plants every single year, because they knew that if you wanted AI and you wanted to be sovereign as a country, you better have enough power to keep your electricity going and not be dependent upon potential adversaries to keep your grid alive. So that is my most important focus, and I think that's the area that will require the most capital and the highest priority. If you look at what we're doing in the military right now with Gen AI, we spent $25 billion last year. And it's all been done in a very haphazard way between OTA authorities and between CDAO and the services and the COCOMs. It's just nipping at the edge of the requirement. And so what we're hoping to see in the US military is a Rickover model for nuclear-powered AI, because I think that is the level of importance that is required at the service and the COCOM level if we're really going to inherit AI as a mission capability.
So this is pretty hard stuff. None of this is easy. And as you look at these new technologies and what's available to you, I was going to go towards the edge computing piece and how we distribute out and leverage that. And then think about where do you fuse it? Where does it all come together? Because the architecture required to do that has frankly been a lot of great PowerPoint slides with an inability to actually execute it in practice. And we've got to figure out how you take these great computing powers, provide the necessary energy to it, but at the same time build an architecture that does some of the things that we've been talking about from the hand with respect to getting the information into the hands of the decision makers at speed that allows us to stay out in front of the adversary. And I'd be remiss, I greatly appreciate all your comment on the drones piece. I agree with you, but don't oversimplify this. Don't oversimplify it. This is hard to do. And as we pull all this together and you look at, you know, how are we going to win the war or deter from even happening? You're going to ask your question, well, is it going to be a bunch of little drones? Is it a bunch of little drones and middle drones and big things? That's got to be figured out. And we can't forget that in the discussion going forward here as we build these capabilities, because that'll be, and Admiral Harvey knows me well enough that I would debate him with this. And this is probably, you know, about 2 or 3 beers worth of discussion, but it's something that, you know, collectively we've got to keep talking about and bring these issues at the right level so that we can then frankly push it down into the force, because they're going to solve it with what we give them.
I got to agree with all of you, especially back to the energy thing. I think I've been saying this since I retired, the great nations who go prosper going forward are the ones who can control and manage their own energy. We're seeing that play in the Gulf and Iran right now. Number 2, who has the most partners? We need all the partners we can. And I'm hoping we could take 60 million Iranian people who want to be our partners and flip that in the not too distant future. And then finally, who can out-innovate the most? And as you said, Cobra, I'm sorry, Jeff, whatever you want me to train on, but this is the area that is the challenging part. And when I think of drones, I'm going to add one that I worry about every day, because and it's almost a Manhattan, it's almost as hard as the energy, counter drones. You know, it's taking out billions of it's holding us political hostage right now, and yet it's hard to do. I was a young naval officer, and still I think the best counter drone system out there right now is this close-in weapon system. It's on a ship, it has a radar, it's purely robotic, detects the drone and shoots it down. That's great in the middle of Red Sea, but you can't do that here in Dallas. You can't do that at the White House. You can't do it at the Pentagon. And yet I was doing an ABC feed at my house. I come out and my daughter said, "Hey, Dad, a big drone was just hovering out of my house." I go, Jesus. I was at the Reagan Institute last year, and we're all there with the chairman, the secretary. We're all out on a balcony. And on one of the brooks, a drone the size of about 20 feet comes and hovers right off the Reagan Institute. I got the hell out of there. They're all standing there. I don't know what its intention was, and we don't know who it flew from. So this is a bigger problem for LAX, Heathrow, our security here, and yet you can't shoot it down in an urban environment. You can't jam it because you're going to take out, and we're sure as hell not shooting lasers around. So this is a Manhattan-type project and a tactical threat with strategic ramifications that anyone can do any day. So that's one of those another tough challenges if we don't have enough of them on the table right now.
Excellent. So the next question is going to be very specific to each of you. So start with General Hugian. Given your leadership of Skunk Works, what do you see as the core elements of success to rapid innovation?
Yeah, thanks. So clearly a history going back to 1943 of how they do business over there, which really starts with, let's understand the problem. and tighten it up almost to the point that you all are talking about, where you're not trying to solve, the architecture world hunger, but get close to the customer to understand the problem, and then iterate with the customer, leveraging the tools that are not only inherent to internal of skunkworks, but more broadly across any industry partners that would be out there that have the right capability to solve the problem. That has been the key to success. The challenge going forward is, I would argue, being able to do it fast was a prerequisite to how skunkworks did business. With the changing bureaucracy and challenges that have been out there, that is something that we are challenging ourselves to do better at, because as Admiral Harwood knows, it can be a painful process to pull it through, knowing that the technology is there, and then to get it, particularly at the service level or combatant command level, at the scale that they require. And that is what we are working on aggressively right now across the corporation and with other industry partners to sort out how we do that.
Excellent. So, Admiral Harwood, what are the keys to bringing AI and autonomy to the warfighter? What's the best way to do this quickly and correctly?
Validation. I'll give you an example of the process. Again, I got to keep diming out Matt over there because our lives keep intersecting. The process for AI has been very limited. First, everyone was doing it in a simulated environment where computers flew against each other. Then they brought in the hotshot pilots. Matt was one of them, and they flew against him. So that was the validation of the process to do. Then we started putting them on real aircraft, flying F-16s and all. So you could debate what that was, but now you are seeing it in the battle space. So I'd say the challenge is, how do we take that 3 or 4 year process to get that trust and confidence and make it faster? And you're seeing the Ukrainians and the Iranians, hell with all this, we're just taking it to the battlefield and innovate from there. And so there's risks against that, and we don't have a lot of battlefields to do that on, but where we do those opportunities, anything we can shrink the timeline, shrink the cost, take additional risk to validate it in that combat environment is essential to that. We've got a team leaving tonight to go out and to start flying ISR in the Straits of Hormuz with autonomy. We've gotten that opportunity. We would not have had that opportunity without the conflict. So leverage these periods of conflict to get the technology, take the risks, especially if there's not a person in the risk, and do it now. Skip that. Hey, I could do this in the simulated environment, but if you're ready to go. And a Ukrainian government on their own dime flew to UAE. They have a counter UAS platform, and they're flying it in UAE today because the Emiratis were willing to take that risk. Come and do it. So I think there's a lot of opportunities to cut the streamline, cut the bureaucracy, cut the cost, but there's some political risk in it, and we need leaders who are willing to do that. And I go back to a guy like Jim Mattis, who command of JIFCOM after 2 years realized how use and stood down the command. We need that sort of leadership because it was too pedantic, too bureaucratic, cost too much, and didn't have the value it added the warfighter. We need those sort of leaders who can take those risks and get it to the warfighters now.
So, Admiral Hewitt, you have worked closely with Ukrainian drone companies. What innovations have you seen, and how do we bring those insights back to the United States?
Yeah, I think there were some handful of drone companies before the war, and now there's 20,000 drone companies. Most of them came out of whole cloth. Most of them came from innovation that was developing AI for completely non-military purposes. What they were able to do through necessity was have basically real-time feedback from the warfighter. And then they would modify, and then they would go back. The thing that I take from all of the unbelievable innovation of Ukraine is their measures of effectiveness. For those of us in the military, we all talk measures of performance. How many sorties did I fly? How many bombs did I drop? And to the question is, well, was it effective? Well, we don't know. The Ukrainians do it the exact opposite way. Was this mission effective? Why was it not effective? Was there some reason it could become better? And so they've created a culture of innovation inside of what I think can become a government procurement process. And I think that, and so if you think of Ukrainian drone developers, they're not Lockheed, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman. They're not even companies. They're just smart people. And so what we have to do is make sure we don't destroy that, but at the same time scale it so that it can be internationally developed and be able to be delivered globally. So measures of effectiveness, and in reality, this is all being done with private capital. So I think the future of our warfighting domains will be done through the rigor and the discipline of the private sector, not through this kind of in-Q-tel, let me go data mine Silicon Valley or DIUX. I like those programs. They're wholly insufficient for what everyone on this panel has described as the challenges of going autonomous, using AI to scale, unmanning our systems so that we can be more effective, and it takes so much to put a human into an aircraft. But think about taking all that out. And I believe that maybe short of B-2 bombers, everything else can be unmanned. And so what we need to do is set the bar that says, I don't want a human in harm's way unless I have to put troops on the ground. So help me develop that. And what Ukraine has done in a phenomenal way, using autonomy, being able to defeat it. Unmanned systems are a non-kinetic warfighting mission. It has a kinetic impact, but most of the mission is EW, it's comms and communications, it's deception. And what I'll finish with is saying, I've seen the Ukrainians modify a capability in 6 hours and put it back into the hands of the warfighter the very next day. I really hope we can do that here. If we can't, then we are going to fall further and further behind the OODA loop cycle of unmanned systems.
So Admiral Kelly, you get to bring this one home. The administration has placed an emphasis on surging production in areas like missiles, drones, and others. How is industry responding, and what else should we be doing?
Thanks for the question. And as I look at this from a Raytheon perspective, I kind of back up. And if you go back to the end of the first Iraq War, the big drawdown and the timing of that, as we saw the end of the Cold War, meant that we as a country looked at warfare and said it's a thing of the past. And as a result, the large drawdown that we had of U.S. forces, but also a change in the way that the government interacted with industry. And that meant that industry had to look for ways to stay alive. How does the defense industry continue if we have fewer and fewer opportunities for things that are needed in warfare? So as a result, we saw a lot of companies that either folded or they blended together. And the government created this system of just-in-time demand so that they wanted things delivered as efficiently as possible. And when it comes to warfare, and as we look at recent changes that have happened, suddenly there's this desire to turn the knob and just ramp up production. Well, unfortunately, when you've got years and years of operating right at the edge of efficiency, turning that knob doesn't necessarily work. And it may take plenty of time because now you have to look at not just that company and what they manufacture, but all the suppliers that go into it. Last year, the Department of War came to Raytheon and said, we want to look at munitions acceleration. And the request was of 10 critical munitions, we had 5 of them on the list. Standard Missile 3, Standard Missile 6, Tomahawk, Maritime Strike Tomahawk, AMRAAM. These were ones that they looked at and said, we want you to deliver more and we want them faster. How can you do that? It took some engagements back and forth, but with both Department of War and with the Department of the Navy to figure out exactly what's the timing you're looking for and how can we change. And this falls back to what this administration's focus is, one of which was to supercharge the industry, to make sure that we're able to deliver when there's a demand signal. So as we had these discussions back and forth, it came down to a historic agreement, this heads of agreement and follow-on UCA, an undefinitized contract that allowed us to move forward with up to 4 times our current production rates for some of these strategic weapons that we manufacture. And in doing that, we looked at what is the opportunities inside our company and inside our supply chains, because again, we don't do it by ourselves. A lot of the components and obviously many of the supplies come from outside of our sources. So looking at where do we identify the choke points, and how do we look to solve or fix where their choke points are? And every time you do something like that, it's whack-a-mole. You open up that valve and we see new opportunities for the flow to go through for production, and then we find where the next impediment is to progress. So it's been a process of learning, but I have to tell you that we've come a long way. We've had a chance to continue to go back and forth with the government on ways forward. We're bringing experts into our production lines to look at how we do business, because it's not just a matter of putting money into your manufacturing facilities. We put $1.4 billion recently into our production facilities, knowing that's not going to be the end of it. There's going to be a lot more required, but how do you make this efficient? And doing that, once we find the efficient flows, how they work best on a factory floor, we're duplicating them. We're going to the next level of munitions. Okay, let's make sure we can take those same lessons learned and apply them as we move forward in each one of those 5 critical munitions I explained. But the other side of that too is, as we look at our customers, we got to make sure that they're aligned. And sometimes that means helping them, bringing them along, giving them the coaching they need. And in some cases, making sure we have a duplicative source. As we look at rocket motors, this truly is rocket science. And we have to make sure that we are able to deliver. And when there's a hiccup, we come to our knees if there's only one company that's delivering. So we've gone to alternate sources. We found second sources that allow us to continue the manufacturing process and not be brought to a complete stop because one company can't deliver. So we've looked at many different things. I will say that there's a lot of expertise, and I heard just this past week in one of the conversations, we've got an automotive expert that has gone through our factories and is giving us feedback on what we do right, what we're doing wrong, where we need to focus our attention. And it's helping us because we're learning where the efficiencies happen and how we can, again, apply those to make sure that we don't make the same mistake and we're able to duplicate them across the factory lines.
Excellent. Well, thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panelists. So one comment of mine about unmanned autonomous systems that wasn't mentioned. We will definitely have more unmanned and autonomous systems for a very simple reason. In the United States, only 23% of our youth qualify for the U.S. military. So the U.S. military only draws from 23% of our youth for various bad reasons, either health or drugs or whatever, but only 23%. In the meantime, we are at the lowest birth rate ever in the United States, and that is continuing to go down. So we will definitely in the future have unmanned autonomous systems because frankly, for all the technical reasons, all the military reasons, we will not have, quote, the manpower to have manned systems. Okay, with that, I'd like to have the next, oh, by the way, David Norquist. David, I was talking about how our careers intertwined. I forgot to mention that David is the president and CEO of the National Defense Industrial Association. So congratulations on that position, David. Okay, I'd like our next panel to come to the stage, please. And our next panel is Commercialization and Defense of Space. And our moderator is Bob Morrison. He is the chair
of the Texas Space Commission Board, and their job is to support Texas aerospace industry and space commercialization. He is a United States Air Force pilot, a veteran, pardon me, and he's a graduate, U.S. Air Force Academy. He's an entrepreneur, successful businessman, specializing in cybersecurity and space technology. So, Bob, it's all yours.
All right.
Hey, great. Thanks, sir.
Thank you,
Good to
sir.
have you here.
Yep. Do we have a microphone? Oh, outstanding. I'll take one. I'm going to sit right here. Check, check. Oh, thanks. Yeah, check. Whoop. All right, save the best for last, right? We're going to try to keep this a little bit light, have some fun with it. I am Brad Morrison. I have the honor to serve actually on the board of the Texas Space Commission, and I was appointed over 2 years ago now, and it really is a privilege. I am not the chair, just full disclosure. Chairman Gwen Griffin is unfortunately not here today. She was at NASA for the splashdown, which was so cool. So, I think at this point in this juncture, what we're going to do is, we're going to talk about us as a country winning. And I want to have a special shout out to the NASA team, the Johnson Space Center NASA team here. Give them a huge round of applause. We actually have a couple representatives here. And it's not just about our great astronauts, which we have two on this panel. It is about the team behind the astronauts, the team in front, the team behind pushing. And so with that, congratulations to JSC, a valued member of Team Texas here in this great state. I also just want to say that Administrator Isaacman, it is refreshing to see someone that has determined leadership. He's painting the picture and a vision, and frankly, the guts to just get us moving. So let's go and jump into this panel. I'm going to have each panelist introduce themselves. This is an incredible group of people, so we're trying to get through this and make it to where they can explain kind of their background, their perspectives, and have some fun with this as well. And we're going to first start with one of our two great, I guess, this morning with General Kane. We heard about Americans. This is an American astronaut on this panel, Jack Two-Fish Fisher. And I'll turn it over to you first to introduce yourself and your company you represent.
All righty. Thank you, sir. Hello, everybody. I grew up, went to the Air Force Academy. Where are the Air Force Academy cadets? Well, and Air Force Academy graduates, Katie. So we have 3 Academy graduates on the panel. So howdy. Went to the Academy, MIT, flew airplanes, grew up in Strike Eagles, combat there, then test, then went to NASA, got to go to the space station for about 5 months, went back to the Air Force, helped stand up the Space Force. I was in Colorado Springs on the other side of General Crozier's team, and then went to industry. So about 5 years ago, a company called Intuitive Machines. We were about 100 uppity Texans that wanted to put a lander on the moon. Today, we're 2,000 folks, 14 facilities across 5 states, cranking about $1 billion in revenue this year. So a lot of growth. And during that time, it's all, we live dog years, and pretty much everybody's on a startup up here. So that's about 35 years of crazy. That happened because of where we are in the evolution of the space economy. And we just saw it. And I hear you guys didn't watch it on the big screen last night, but you should have, or go back and watch the video, because it will make you proud to be an American. That was us kicking the door down and opening a vibrant economy in space that has significant and dramatic overlap with defense. So excited to be here, honored to be on the panel with these esteemed colleagues, and let's have fun for the next, I think, 45.
Yeah, 45. So
minutes.
really quick to start though, what was it like in a Soyuz capsule coming back through the atmosphere and plunging into the ocean? What did that feel like, Two Fish?
Well, coming back through the atmosphere is pretty sporty. You get to see the fire going by. Landing kind of sucks. And Drew, you've done this. You did it on the shuttle too, but you get the nice Air Force landing. Soyuz, it is a car crash in a washing machine followed by another car crash. So that's not fun. What the Artemis astronauts just experienced is landing and then going up and down for an hour. So I'm not a Navy guy. That doesn't sound like fun at all, but worth it to see what they saw and to light the fire that they lit. So excited about the inspiration that they created over the past 10 days.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. I hope everyone's okay back there. All right, I'm going to turn over to Jason Kim to my left here, the CEO of Firefly Space, the first company to land on the moon successfully. Jason, over to you.
Thanks, Brad. Before I go into my bio, I wanted to just tell a dad joke because I have young kids and that's what I do. So why didn't NASA launch a duck to space? The bill would have been astronomical. But fun fact, we did have a duck on our Blue Ghost Mission 1. If you look at the landing videos and the images, it's all online, and you look closely at the panel of the solar array, you will see a duck on there. So that's just an Easter egg that you can see. So we did launch a duck to space, NASA. But I grew up in Richardson, Texas. I'm from here, went to the Air Force Academy. Two Fish and Brad were my upperclassmen. I was a lowly freshman when they were seniors. But I got through that and eventually went into the UAV world. So before those were popular, think 1999, and then think what happened in 2001. They just kind of proliferated. And then from there, I went into the small satellite arena, got moved to LA Air Force Base and worked satellites and rockets and ground systems, just fell in love with space. And then eventually left the Air Force and joined a small company when it was 20 people called Millennium Space Systems, grew it to 1,000 people, sold it to Boeing, became CEO of that company and did a lot of national security kind of missions from space. And I was a customer of Firefly. And when Firefly approached me a couple of years ago to lead the company, it was no hesitation because I love the culture, the can-do spirit, and everything about the company was infectious, the people. So I've been at the company at Firefly for 2 years. We're based in Austin, Texas. We're doing kick-ass rockets, super cool lunar landers and satellites, and now we're doing AI ground processing as well. Thank you.
Awesome. Jonathan Certain, CEO of another great Texas company, Axiom Space. Over to you.
I'm probably the most recent Texan resident, so I'm happy to be a new Texan. By way of background, I'm a PhD in particle physics, Harvard, not MIT. I know, sorry, Two Fish. Right out of college, I worked at the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics doing technology development for NASA primarily, but also for U.S. Defense. I joined NASA in 2007, Marshall Space Flight Center. Got to work on the big heavy rocket for a while, developed the secondary payload system. Actually worked with Jason a little bit when we were developing CubeSats for that capability. Wanted to meet Bob today because I probably met his nephew. I was commissioned the reactors on the Abraham Lincoln, so I've got my heart's with all of the sailors on that boat right now and the mission that they're doing, so thank you very much for what they're doing. Worked at BWXT Technologies as Chief Nuclear Officer, Chief Technology Officer until 2025, and then joined the Chemisphere as part of what Jack and I are both involved in. Intuitive Machines was started by Cam Gaffarian and others, and Axiom Space, Cam and Suffredini from Johnson Space Center. So I was lucky enough to join Axiom last year. Our company, next man and first woman to walk on the moon will be in an Axiom suit. So we're really looking forward to participating in the Artemis missions next year with our colleagues from Johnson. Super excited about that. We deliver our first suit later this year for qualification and testing. We've launched 4 missions to the International Space Station to date. 14 humans from 11 nations have flown on missions in collaboration with SpaceX to the ISS. Plan to launch another of those missions next year. And we're developing a replacement to the International Space Station in competition with Drew and his company. So hopefully we both get the opportunity to replace the ISS and looking forward to that competition.
Awesome. Tali Baynard, Vice President of Lockheed Martin, specifically Ignite, right? Welcome to Texas from California. Appreciate you coming this way. And, I'll have you introduce yourself, Tali.
Oh, very good. So I'm the traditional up here from a industry perspective. So Lockheed Martin, been at Lockheed Martin for 20 years. Our lead Ignite, people say, well, what is Ignite? Lockheed Martin Space has looked at how do we do modern research and development? How do we bring advanced capabilities to mission faster? So some of that is, how do we invest discretionary dollars in order to do that? What do we demonstrate to bring down the risk associated with bringing these advanced capabilities? And really focused on space-based capabilities. And we'll talk a little bit about commercial implementations associated with that. Like I said, I've been at Lockheed Martin for 20 years. Oftentimes we'll talk about space compared to jets and planes that you see here in the hangar. But we talk about doing space we're on the 8th decade of doing space activities, and how do we leverage that insight from doing that to do modern space capabilities that we're so dependent on. So thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, our second astronaut on this panel, Drew Fiaustel, Chief Astronaut, Vast Space. Over to you, Drew.
All right, thanks. So I'm Drew Foistel. I am a former NASA astronaut currently working for VAST, a company that's also attempting to put the world's first commercial orbital space platform around the planet. And my background is geology and geophysics. So I have a PhD from Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario. And I'm a Purdue grad as well, undergraduate and master's. Worked in the mining industry in Canada for a few years, and then oil and gas in the States. Was with NASA for 23 years, had the good fortune of flying the last Hubble Space Telescope servicing mission and the last flight of Space Shuttle Endeavour in 2018. Like Jack, after studying all of his crib notes, flew on a Soyuz spacecraft to ISS for 6.5 months, and then left NASA as acting chief astronaut. And I also, a lot of people don't know, had the good fortune of signing the paperwork that put this crew on the Artemis II mission. I'm very proud of that. It's a great team, and was happy to work and train with them for years.
Outstanding. All right, so the first question, and it's going to be kind of a round robin here. Leave no doubt, here in this room, we have many folks that have served in the military, are attached to the Defense Industrial Base. It is in our national best interest and in the interest of Texas that we quickly lead an economic commercialization of space. So the first question, what does that look like if the U.S. gets it right by 2030? And Jason, why don't you paint that picture for us first?
I think you're going to see a lot of launch diversity. There are small rockets out there. We build a Alpha rocket that does 24-hour launches for the Space Force. There's medium launch vehicles that Firefly is also building with others. Then you see heavies and super heavies. So you're going to see more launch diversity across that, because there's a lot of missions that we need to launch, in addition to things like Starlink and all the proliferated constellations. So that's on the launch side. But on the lunar side, I think Two Fish would agree, we're going to go to the moon, not just every, twice a month, but maybe, every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
There's enough of us that have success going there that we can increase the cadence of going to the moon. And it's not just a space exploration thing. The moon is the ultimate high ground. So there's a lot of national security importance of doing that.
Yeah. He already brought you up, Two Fish, so why don't you go next? How about you paint a picture of what that vision looks like looking out at 2030?
All right, so 2030 is going to be awesome. What it's going to look like is the speed of industry and we'll call it a self-licking ice cream cone. The vision that is set by not only NASA, and unfortunately we don't have Jared Isaacman come in after our panel, but 2 weeks ago he gave a new vision for NASA called the Ignition Vision, and it's dozens of launches to the lunar surface over the next 3 years. That's just phase one. That is landers, that is rovers, that is human landings. And that vision is because, as Jason mentioned, the resources on the moon, it is the ultimate high ground. For people who think we shouldn't go and what are we wasting our time, we've been there, done that. No, we haven't. And China knows that, and they're racing us to get there. So if this works, the self-licking ice cream cone is the government can set that vision. They can set the goal that we need to go after, and then we can do the work of raising capital, scaling, making those items so that we can meet that need. And it'll just increase the speed. I'd also want to throw out a shout to Texas Space Commission and my good friend Brad, because of that is another source of capital interest and really synergy that can accelerate our move to the moon and beyond. And Texas has invested. They started with $350 million. If you haven't heard of the Texas Space Institute, it's going to be amazing down there in Houston. Football field size Mars and moon analog simulation environments. They also got $300 million for this year. That is leveraged funds. The technology that we are going after is the same that is needed in defense, in commercial, and for NASA. So that's what I mean by speed. If we get this right, nobody will keep up.
Yeah.
But we need to keep running, and we can't take the foot off the gas.
That's great. And so I'm going to turn over to our private station providers right now. Drew, paint that picture, what that looks like in 2030 from the vast space kind of standpoint.
I think that what that looks like for us from our perspective, and I think Jonathan will agree, that service providers like us will be creating platforms, both orbital, pressurized and unpressurized platforms everywhere from LEO space all the way to cislunar space and potentially on the surface of the moon, so that the government is not the one that's footing the bill for those services, but we are creating the hardware with design, engineering, manufacturing, and operation, and create those services so that the government can go on to do the next big thing, which is extract resources from the moon and eventually move on to Mars. So to me, it's about us creating that service provider opportunity and economy, and we plan to be there to support that.
That's great. Jonathan, over to you.
Well, I completely agree with Drew, but I would add the resources available on the moon, water, ice, a variety of different minerals and things that we can extract, that's the moon. But we can settle low Earth orbit as well. Low Earth orbit offers the resource of microgravity. We know from 25 years of operation of the ISS that microgravity is a resource, offers us all sorts of opportunities to learn about life sciences, semiconductor manufacturing, et cetera. But from a national defense and from an exploration standpoint, it's the training ground for the next generation of astronauts. Right? We need to train them in low Earth orbit and enable them to then go on to deep space exploration. We need to develop the technologies for deep space exploration and test those out in low Earth orbit so that we can have sustained presence on the moon and on to Mars. I'm no astronaut, but the environmental control and life support system that we use on the moon, sure rather test that out in low Earth orbit than test that out on the moon. Hate to get to the moon and find out that there's a problem. So low Earth orbit offers us a lot of opportunity to test technologies, train our astronaut corps, and also NASA and the US government forged the ability to explore the frontier of low Earth orbit and now onto the moon. It's commercial that then creates the settlement. And the US government, especially with constructs called commercial resupply and then on to commercial crew, created the economy that now fosters companies like SpaceX and Blue Origin, et cetera. So now's the time for the agency to extend that precedent on to commercialization of low Earth orbit and the commercialization of the necessary technologies to support the exploration and eventual settlement of the moon.
Yeah, that's great. So, Tally, for Lockheed and your perspective, that vision at 2030, what does that look like from kind of, an old space Lockheed kind of perspective?
Yeah, so regardless of whether old space, traditional startup, or a venture capitalist, we're all still looking at what is the business case? Is there a demand signal that we believe in or not? And if you believe in that demand signal, and because it's not just one opportunity and you're out, but there's lots of opportunities, that allows us to lean in a different way, all of us to lean in a different way. Yeah. And it is, I expect it will also change the risk posture that we take. We still want to talk about safety elements of it, but traditionally, we're a very conservative industry. And that makes us go slower than what we really want to. Demand signal and the opportunities are saying that we need to be faster to be relevant, everybody, the whole industry, and that will change how we do business. And I think that whole commercial mindset, that's going to be a forcing function on how we think about opportunities, how we structure ourselves from a business, how we work with supply chain in order to align with that demand signal.
So I'm going to go right back to you then, Tally. How does that play out? Like, what does Lockheed do towards that vision now? What are the capabilities that you as a company can bring to help create that vision out at 2030?
So a couple things. So we are a capital intensive industry. We've already mentioned capital a couple of times here. We already have a capital infrastructure that could be leveraged and extended as necessary, but it's also forecasting it down into the supply chain so that we can actually look at what is the capacity that we think we currently have, and does that need to be able to scale or not? Lockheed Martin is a large prime, very diverse portfolio associated with our business, but it's how do we actually look at what the priorities and the opportunities are so that we leverage that capability appropriately. Talked about 6 missions to the moon. That's just a piece of the overall activities that we're going to be doing in space in 2030, and not forecasting that 2050, because then people say, oh, well, I'll focus on something else instead.
Yeah, that's great. So Jason, Firefly, what capabilities do you guys bring towards that vision towards 2030?
Well, we talked a lot about the hardware, but I wanted to add in the software. So we're a full hardware software stack now because we acquired a company back in October called SciTech, and they've been around for 45 years, and they've been supporting missile warning, missile defense by taking all the data from all the sensors in space, LEO, MEO, and GEO, some from Tally's organization, and processes it like the brains on the ground into actionable information that helps protect U.S. and our allies. In the first 30 days of the Iran conflict, SciTech Forge is the program of record for the Space Force, processed thousands of missile messages. I mean, this was one of the most prolific missile engagement that the world's ever seen, and Forge was doing all the processing using AI. The reason why I bring that up is because I think more and more things are going to be processed in space, more autonomy. Talked about the UAV autonomy. We want to make space more autonomous, more conscious, if you will. So we're going to bring more of that AI processing on orbit and then process it on the satellites themselves so that we can sense, get the data, process it, shoot it over to whoever needs to make decisions on with very, very low latency to no latency. So that's what we want to enable by 2030.
That's great. And Two Fish, from an intuitive machine standpoint, what capabilities are you guys going to knit into that kind of vision for 2030? And one thing you brought up in prep calls was this idea that both the technology and the physics used for commercial space are more or less the same for defense space applications. So I'll turn it over to you to kind of paint the picture of how intuitive machines kind of use this, how they play the role.
Yeah, so let's talk that physics thing first, and then we'll talk about IM. So I went back from NASA to the Space Force. I'm looking at what the problems were in orbital warfare, in test and development. I said, hey, you guys, you're not seeing that the physics are the same. Velocity and intent are the only difference between me trying to dock to the space station or me trying to run into another spacecraft and do it harm. So we actually took the astronaut training simulator, the little arm and docking sim. We made it was $5,000 a copy. Me and a guy named Dave Morrow, and we proliferated that. That was at the test squadrons. That was at our orbital warfare squadrons. Great training. Physics are the same. There's a lot of examples of that. As far as I am, and what we bring to the fight, we built our company for this. We are the space infrastructure company, from software all the way through hardware. Have over 100 spacecraft in orbit today, built more than 300. We have from LEO, both communications, tracking satellites, EOIR satellites, huge communication satellites, most of the big Sirius and XM satellites in orbit, our landers, our lander family, from the smaller landers to larger landers, lunar terrain vehicle, as well as our data services that include running the payloads for the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter and ShadowCam. So the only two U.S. Satellites that we have around the moon getting data. Our team in Phoenix runs those, analyzes that, and then dumps that data into the U.S. repository that we keep right here in the great state of Texas at UT and A&M. We also have ground stations, so now 9 ground stations at 7 sites, building 3 more and partnered with over 30 more. That gives a ground infrastructure to support all missions. And then operations. So one of our software companies that became part of us, Kinetics, they have supported missions to OSIRIS-WHERX that went to a comet that, or a little kiss of a comet to come home. We had missions to almost every planet in the solar system and beyond. So pretty much, I think our company was built for this moment and built to support across the board.
Yeah. So Drew, the private stations, and this is something that maybe the audience knows about. You know, right now we have this great thing, national asset called the International Space Station, that is projected to be sunset somewhere around the turn of the next century. The only other station on orbit right now is the Chinese Tiangong. So, you know, what does VAST bring to the fight towards that vision, and maybe address kind of like what makes station assets so critical to not only commercialization, but national security?
Yeah, thanks. So this is the Military Air and Space Symposium. So we're sort of here talking about the defense and the forces side of the equation. We're, of course, working to replace the ISS with a civilian space program, and Axiom's working to do the same, and some other companies. But the reality is that at some point, as we start to create habitats and long-term presence in space, we will bring our forces to space. We have to protect the assets that we have there, whether that's in terms of human presence or drone or uninhabited facilities. That's something yet to be seen. But from our perspective, we're creating dual-use technology that is both applicable to the civilian space program and the defense sector as well, and we'll see how that plays out. But as I said, with a vertical integration and the capability for manufacturing, we plan to be able to build diversified elements that can exist at the different altitudes in space and even onto surface habitats as well. So we'll
Awesome.
see.
Jonathan, from an Axiom
So in
standpoint.
addition to the commercial spaceflight program, the ecosystem of necessary technology development to utilize microgravity and deep space is something that Axiom's been working on since its inception. We've flown 166 payloads to date, several from universities here in Texas. And those payloads aren't just meant to do research. They're meant to understand how you actually create opportunities to utilize microgravity. An example is growing organs in space. To grow an organ in space, you first have to understand how you're going to create the overall capability to define that science payload, build that science payload, test it on the ground, deploy it into space, integrate it into a space vehicle, operate that experiment, derive an outcome, and bring that back. There's more to it than just building the payload, putting that payload in the payload rack. It's the design of the experiment. On top of the design of the experiment, you also have to have all of the supporting infrastructure to execute those experiments. And it's not just payload rack. There's a whole Joint Science Operations Center that works in collaboration with Johnson at Marshall Space Flight Center to coordinate the activities of executing science in space. So those 166 payloads that we've done on those 4 different missions, there's an entire enterprise that goes into the execution of work in space. So we're developing that capability to execute that work in space. In addition to just the execution of the work, we're working on the economics of the benefits of doing that work in space. Which of these experiments should we do? Should we be working on organelles, or should we be working on the creation of active pharmaceutical ingredients, growing small crystalline structures that develop differently in space than they do on the ground, and testing that microgravity impact on new pharmaceuticals? And also, we're working on the regulatory environment. So if you go and design a drug and take it to space, it's not like you can get the FDA to go and do a site visit. Probably would love to do that, but it's a difficult thing to get the FDA to do. So we have to work on new regulations around the conversion of IP, intellectual property developed in space, and how you repatriate that here in the United States to utilize that for the good of our population. So there's a lot that goes on in the creation of a space economy. And Axiom's working on pretty much every facet of that, from regulatory, design of the ecosystem, training of astronauts, building those capabilities, having a suit, ground station capability, secure communications, all of those necessary attributes we're working on simultaneously, dual use, just like Drew said.
Yeah. So, what's kind of interesting here, we're talking about national security, warfighting, and perspectives matter. We are now at a point of transformation to where we're endeavoring to put heavy industry, maybe critical infrastructures out off world. And, traditionally from a military warfighting standpoint, we've maybe viewed space as assets to enable terrestrial, air, land, sea, and cyber kind of warfighting capability enablement. But now as infrastructure gets placed out off world, and as we put more and more assets off world, many of which you guys are contributing to that, the space warfighting kind of paradigm has to shift. So the question to you as industry members, and Tali, I'm going to start with you, is how does that change, you think, how we have to view kind of that warfighting mission out off world to protect and preserve those infrastructures?
I think that's a natural flow. If you just look at history, right? It's like, where are people? Where's infrastructure? You think about, as an analogy, you think about like the first vehicles. First vehicles didn't have keys to start it. It was just like, it was a vehicle, you could just hit the start button. Yeah. How do you protect the things that you want to protect? You put something out in space, early satellites, did they have any defensive capabilities or not? And as we go forward, there's more and more of that kind of conversation out in the open, but it's a natural progression. And I'll just leave it at that. So
yeah, that's fair. Jason, from a Firefly standpoint, maybe your personal perspective.
Yeah, I mean, this was one of my assignments in the Air Force, was space warfighting. So, I think that it's not any different than any other warfighting domain. You got to sense things, you got to predict things, and then you got to act decide it's an OODA loop, right? And you got to speed up your OODA loop faster than the adversary. But space is a little different because you don't get to land that much. You can't go do maintenance on your spacecraft, so you really want to be able to, just like in F1 racing, if there's anyone into that, if you have more fuel and you have more agility and you have a better driver and you're faster and you can long last, the other guys, you'll win. And so what we're doing is designing spacecraft to have ample fuel, chemical fuel in this case, high thrust, precise thrust, so you can maneuver and evade the threats, or if you have to, go and prosecute those threats. And it's not like we want to go to war ever, but it's a deterrence. If we have the capability, it's deterrence, strength, peace through strength. And so having just a production line of those kind of vehicles that have a lot of fuel, a lot of maneuverability, a lot of payload capacity to put payloads on there to deter the threats, that's going to keep America first in space.
Yeah, Two Fish, that space warfighting kind of construct. Any thoughts or comments on that?
Yeah, I think that the lines continue to be blurred. What is commercial space? What is space warfare? Is Starlink a commercial network? Because it sure helped Ukraine. Is Worldview that uses our 500 bus a commercial imagery company, or do they have strategic value? I think that as the cost of launch, which is kind of what got everything going, changed, it changed the economics of space. So we're trying to continue that with the economics of space in LEO and MEO and GEO all the way to the moon, and change how much it costs. That allows you to decompose a satellite instead of all of the sensors that you used to need in order to find your way, to navigate, to execute a mission. Well, now our NSNS, Near Space Network Services constellation, being able to provide local on-site communications and PNT, so a moon GPS, will reduce the cost of every vehicle we send, of everything we do, and change the way we can attack missions. So the lines continue to be blurred, and for us, it's how are you fighting the war? If the war at the moon is for resources, then how do we most efficiently get after it? How do we augment those spacecraft so that they're more efficient to do the job?
Yeah, I think this paradigm shift is interesting, especially for our station providers here. And I'll get back to you, Tally, on this, because you think about it, we're asking private capital investors to write significant checks into projects that won't come online with payback for possibly a decade or longer. And when these private assets get put up above us in the heavens, how do we provide the assurances, just like capital markets provides assurances when you invest in any Fortune 500 company now? We have to start thinking about the protection of those assets to continue to make money, build things, do the great things that these stations, I think, can do in a near zero gravity environment. So kind of from a national security standpoint then, and the first question to you, Drew, is like, how does VAST then view that responsibility of the U.S. government to protect those commercial assets on orbit? I think that's kind of an interesting angle to this question.
That is interesting. And you mentioned a timeline, which is not a timeline that we're operating on. It's like decades, and we're operating on more the 1 to 2 year time frame, which is important. And also, I think from our perspective, we don't necessarily need protection, but we can provide assets that the federal government could use for protection or for our assets as well. We haven't seen a point in time where civilian or crewed space stations have become necessarily malicious targets of action, but we could get to that point. We know that the Chinese are operating a space station that is not a civilian-based program, right? That's completely military. So we operate on a sort of a different playing field right now in space. And I think what we're interested in is finding ways that we can provide services that the government can protect for themselves. And there's crewed versions and there's uncrewed versions that you can put capability on to take care of those challenges in space.
Yeah, Jonathan, how about you? Axiom has plans to commercialize, time on station. And what would you think the, responsibility of the national security apparatus should be for those types of assets?
So cyber is going to be an ongoing threat for those assets. And so Cyber Command is and Space Force are absolutely necessary partners for us in the execution of the work that we're needing to do. But I would also argue that the U.S. government and specifically the Department of War can protect the supply chain. I see that as the most exogenous threat to the execution of work in space is the availability of the resources necessary to build the infrastructure. And that supply chain is fragile right now. And in many cases, the capabilities in that supply chain are the limiting factor. Launch used to be the limiting factor, now it's the supply chain. It'll take you 2 to 3 years to get a solar array in many cases. And so if you want to do a rapid deployment, building a solar array system that's going to give you the power necessary to operate your work, that's something that you have to buy years in advance. And by the time you get it, the technology might be on the verge of being outdated. So supply chain is a real problem. And the other thing, UNT, universities throughout Texas, the main resource limit to many of the companies sitting up here today is the workforce. In fact, we compete with each other and we drive our economics south by stealing one another's workforce because we don't have any other options. And so the lack of optionality, and for any space cadet or airman that wants a job and working in space, come see me, because those are critical assets that we just lack in spades. And so we're constantly trying to hire more people and battling one another for that workforce, especially here in Texas. And those two things, supply chain and available workforce, to me, are the things that keep me up at night. And those are the two biggest rocks in Axiom's ability to succeed.
Yeah, so just
Ellie, over to you.
quick to add, Two Fish, you had mentioned the blurring of lines. That is a challenge. You talk about dual use technologies versus dual use assets. In history, we've had policies in terms of what you can and cannot do in space, and then also how you can and cannot use the different assets in space. That will be revisited, and that will be a challenge. But as we populate space with fundamental infrastructure, then what does that mean in order to have that infrastructure be reliable, accessible, and how does the U.S. government protect that?
Yeah, so Two Fish, how do you view the challenges that the industry is faced with right now to help realize the vision? And I do want to insert China into this because we are in a great power competition. And so also kind of provide some remarks on kind of where you think the U.S. is at in terms of competing with China in the new space race.
You bet. And obviously workforce, scaling, supply chain. Is General Holt still here? There he is. Supply chain is a huge risk, and you nailed it. Go talk to that guy. The other thing is yesterday, I've known at least two of those guys for 17 years. I think we met about the same time, Drew. And as close as they are as friends, I saw them as heroes. They rose to that moment in history, and it was magical. Awesome. We're ready to go. Everybody's got a fire lit. Let's go. If we don't, we'll lose. And when you talk about China, that ignition event that happened a couple of weeks ago is a great plan to have shots on goal and to make us better than them, to leverage everything that it is to be an American and to do more and be gritty and just win. That's what that plan is. If we don't do that, China has had a plan since 2004. They haven't missed a beat. They have 2 enterprise-class communication satellites in strategic orbits that we don't. They've landed landers and rovers. They've brought helium-3 back. They've already TVAC'd one of the final tests, their human landing system in China. They have their new big rocket. They have everything ready to go. We misstep even a little. If we don't keep our foot on the gas, we're going to lose. So one of the biggest impediments to us winning and succeeding in space is China. And we gotta take that threat seriously.
And Jason, from a Firefly standpoint, you guys are actively engaged with the Department of War in furthering kind of tactically responsive space. And so how do you view the China threat? What are the bottlenecks to us being able to be more responsive, more resilient, delivering the capacity needed to continue to commercialize? Because to us, that's the economic opportunity. We're capitalists. And so we see this as an opportunity to grow our economy, put more people to work, and we can bring our allies into this. So Jason, over to you.
Yeah, I mean, we launched our own 1-ton rocket back in September of 2023 for General Chance Saltzman, who's the Chief of Space Operations for the U.S. Space Force, one of our heroes. And we launched that satellite. It was a national security satellite in 24 hours, broke the previous record, which was 21 days. And so it's those kinds of things we got to keep doing, because that's better than China, that's better than Russia, that's better than the other side. So we just need to keep advancing those kinds of things. There's a thing called tactically responsive space, and that's where we can launch things in 24 hours. We can keep doing it. Partnered with Lockheed Martin to do some of those things. We just did a Victus DM mission with them on March 11th, and it was extremely successful. So we just need the satellite vendors, launch companies, the ground systems, everybody working together towards this national imperative. But I want to go back to the people, because, I saw the pride in Two Fish's eyes when he swore his daughter into NASA. And so that's the next generation he's doing, his daughter's doing. My kids, they're really young, but they want to live on the moon. And so we need to get that next generation going. That Artemis 2 launch inspired that next generation big time. Yeah. And we have the advantage in the US that our kids are the best. And we want to keep it that way. And that's what's going to be our secret sauce going forward.
Yeah, that's great. Jonathan, how about you? Where do you see those, opportunities, not just problem areas, to, keep our kids and that talent motivated to realize their opportunity in this business?
So maybe go a little bit outside of strictly for space. The Chinese approach at doing things is not necessarily in support of their economy. It's in support of their industrial and militaristic and national interests. And the consequence of that is the application of technology and the reduction of bureaucracy in such a way that it accelerates the deployment of those technologies to the benefit of that nation specifically, and many of their different motivations. Let's take an example. We spend a lot of our national resources, particularly energy, supporting a commercial sector that's using most artificial intelligence to support things like social media, which may have an economic benefit, but it has no material benefit for the nation. No material benefit for the nation. But we're putting a ton of resources behind making sure that TikTok is available to our teenagers. Meanwhile, in China, they're making sure that their artificial intelligence tools are accelerating manufacturing or improving their overall access to intelligence. So we're wasting our resources here, feeding our economic greed, where in China, they're using their technology to feed their economic engine in a much more different way. So we've got to get out of our own way, and we've got to use our resources better. And while commerce is great, perhaps the application of our national assets, in particular energy, should be used to support the nation and not support the myopic concerns of a few billionaires that want to make a ton of money off our children.
So, I'm sorry, Tully, go ahead.
We talked about the Artemis, both the launch, which was beautiful, and then also the recovery, and then how that inspires not just the next generation, it inspires our current workforce. There's people that are always having offers to go work on other things outside of our industry. But when we do those big things, it inspires that workforce. And it's not just the Artemis launch. Everybody up here has done amazing things, the moon lander elements of it. And that type of inspiration can actually get us rallied around grand challenges and things that we'll think hard about in terms of what we can do. And then you get things like the executive orders and even the budget elements to say, and it's possible now because you have enough investment that's sitting out there that we can actually think hard about what we could do and should do.
Yeah. Drew, how do robots, automation, and artificial intelligence shape kind of this new space opportunity set? I think that's a really interesting kind of like perspective as well. It's not just about humans in space, but we're working alongside and with robots, AI to do bigger and better things. So maybe make some comments on that.
Yeah, that's probably more relates to my perspective as an astronaut with NASA and what I've thought over the years as we work forward. I think most of the astronaut corps would agree that there's always been an argument about humans versus robotic exploration, and is it one or is it the other? And I think we all strongly believe that it's both. That robotics and remote sensing leads the way for human exploration eventually. So we work hand in hand. There are places that humans can't go, we probably shouldn't go just for health risks and inability to actually exist there, but we can send robotics there to learn about an environment or a place or resources to decide if it's worth taking that extra effort or building those extra resources that'll keep a human alive to actually be there and work. With respect to the things that I'm doing now or that we're doing now as a company, we believe there's a place for automation in space, but we also believe there's a place for humans in the loop to act autonomously on commander's intent or, unless otherwise directed. It's not a term I know from the geology world, but one that I should be familiar with from the military side. But the point is knowing what the outcome should be and not being under the direct control of an asset on the ground is where humans may be important for some of these assets in space, just in their ability to act and react in ways that maybe an autonomous system or an AI system can't quite navigate through.
Yeah. So it's going to be kind of a fun question. What book or movie of late you kind of think is portraying kind of what that vision might look like in 2030 or maybe 2040? I'm curious to know, like Project Hail Mary, the book is being read across schools around our country. It's so cool to see major motion pictures continue. But I'll start with you, Jonathan. Like you can pull it from the archives, go all the way back to Star Trek if you want, or Star Wars. But over to you. What is the vision that we've seen in Hollywood that you think we're going to get to with all these efforts underway?
Well, maybe not a book, but definitely a made-for-TV sitcom for all mankind. I mean, that's no more Texan series than that, but that's certainly where we're headed, and that's definitely the inspiration that many of the colleagues that I have in my in our company are working towards. And it's not just for Americans, but really, I believe many of the staff that I work with, certainly the astronauts that I come in contact with, they are for all mankind, whether that's people that are politically aligned with the United States or not. They're doing these things because they believe that the morality of the United States, our ethics, the way in which we operate, is to the benefit of all, and we should be executing our missions to that end. I would also, just to add to something that Drew said, not to take away, Brad, from your question, but for all mankind is my answer. So the robotics thing, there's a lot of technology that we can be implementing for the use, not just for space autonomy systems, but to push decision-making closer to the execution of work. And that is to the benefit of all military and commercial aviation systems. And as we develop those technologies out, that ability to operate at the edge is to the benefit of all of us, and something that really I think is requires more investment, but certainly is a huge opportunity for all mankind.
Yeah. Two Fish, how about you?
Man, I love Star Trek. I'm a space nerd. I love it. I love it all. My favorite movie recently was Artemis 2. Yeah. That was awesome, and kind of to touch in with what Drew was saying. We're always driving autonomy. We're always trying to make the human more effective through autonomy, through robotics, through automation, and AI. So we're going to continue to do that. Where you can't replace, and to get the workforce that we need in the future, you need to light their soul. And you do that when you have people that you can relate to. And you do that when you have a crater named after your wife, and the crew's crying, and you got, space plumber who's fixing a broke toilet, and your CG's getting messed up because you poop too much. So there's that event, I think, had a bigger effect than any movie has in recent history. It's certainly in my lifetime. Those 4 folks are legit famous, and God bless them, because that's going to make a huge impact on our future.
I love both those answers. I was going to say For All Mankind, that is an excellent series. If you haven't seen it, I assume you have since you're here at the conference. Star Wars, it makes it look too easy, so I can't use Star Wars. For All Mankind, great from every element, from human behaviors and what it takes from important decision making. I'll add House of Dynamite. House of Dynamite, it will give you a perspective of how complicated of systems we're actually talking about, and that just touches the surface of it. So I'll add House of Dynamite to the list.
That's great. Drew?
There's not a sci-fi space movie that I do not like. I generally watch movies with pretty low expectations because I want to be entertained, but I appreciate the imagination in those. And my perspective has always been that the same people that make movies and imagine what the future can look like are the same engineers that show up at companies and corporations and try to design things into the future. And we've all seen technology that started on the movie screen and ended up in reality. And I think we will continue to do that as a species, develop those capabilities. But it's the same people. It's just that the engineers have real tools, and the movie makers have graphics that they can make it out of. But eventually, it's going to get in the hands of somebody to make it real.
Jason, last but not least.
I'm all looking to say the Firefly TV show and the movie Serenity.
That's awesome. Yeah. So we're going to give time back. So just in conclusion, I think that's apropos. Admiral Jim Ellis, he was a board member for Lockheed Martin, also the commander of Stratcom. He described exploration comes first, economic opportunity follows, conflict arises as others seek access to those benefits. So the parting comments for this panel, what do you guys think about that? And what do we have to do to change the psychology maybe here in America to make sure that we're ready to address what comes when we're successful on orbit, off-world? Jonathan.
Well, I think a different articulation of those comments is frontier, pioneer, settle. America's built on the backs of pioneers, and now shall space be. So it's time to get after it. Let's go settle the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm just excited. I'm sitting underneath the Texas flag. There's 3 Texas flags sitting on the moon. The future is going to involve this great state, but more importantly, this great country. And it's only if we keep our foot on the gas. So keep pouring gas on the fire, and let's get after it. Excited about the future.
Awesome. Tolly?
I think all of us have gone into like Space 101. Space 101 is like, why is space important? And that consumed probably too much time, and it always sort of resets the button on, are we going to do something or not? I think we're at that pivot point where it's like people understand enough about what space is. Yes, space is hard, but instead of continuing to debate whether we should be doing something in space or not, it's what are we going to choose to do in space? And I think we can really leverage that momentum. So that makes it an exciting time.
Great. Drew?
I think that we've reached a point in our evolution of space and exploration where every day, every second that goes by is new. There's a misperception that what we've done in the past is what we're doing now is what we're doing in the future, but we've never seen this sort of access. We've never seen this sort of capability, and we've never seen this level of investment in space and space exploration. So in some sense, we're learning. The statement you alluded to is exactly true. We don't really know what that success is going to bring, but it's probably going to bring conflict and challenge to those assets that we have. So I don't have an answer except to say we're learning every second, and we can't imagine that what we did in the past is going to work in the future. We need to be ready for what that new future looks like.
Jason, parting comments.
Yeah, I mean, we're humanity, and we try to learn as much as possible about physics. I mean, what was it between the first flight, which was based on Bernoulli's principle of a teardrop, low pressure, high pressure gives you lift, from the airplane to the first landing on the moon? What was it, 66 years? I mean, that's incredible. And the more we learn about our physics and the understanding of the galaxy and the universe, the more we're able to achieve, and expand humanity's future. Our next Blue Ghost mission is going to go to the far side of the moon, and it's going to carry a payload on there called Lucy Knight from UC Berkeley, and it's going to send signals, literally radio frequency signals from millions of years ago, right after the Big Bang Theory and Dark Ages. And we're going to sense things and learn about our universe. That understanding of the physics is going to improve humanity's future.
Outstanding. How about a huge round of applause for these panelists? And we cut this off a little early. Thank you again, guys. You're welcome. That was fun.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our program for today. I thank you all for participating. It's been our pleasure and honor to have this symposium today. And safe travels home, and we will see you again hopefully next year. One last message. Yep.
By the registration desks, we have a little goodie bag for you as a small token of our appreciation. So as you're on your way out, see the folks there, and they've got something for you.
You just